Sports Business Studios, 97.5 The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, every once in a while, somebody tries to tell you to relax, not necessarily for the bad, but sometimes when you're excited about something. Oh, it's just training camp. So here's what I want to do. I want to try to get good from training camp, whether you like it or not. Also, speaking of good, thank God, Phillies get a win yesterday. We'll discuss it. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
I believe it would be a failure for the Philadelphia Eagles, the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles, if they do not win the NFC East. The Eagles have had a quiet training camp.
And to me, I look at it and say, it's wonderful to have peace and serenity out in South Philly.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
44.
44 what?
Magic number's 44. You smiling
that's
this
nice.
morning?
Oh, that's because the Phillies won a game, and the Braves, who have had every opportunity to catch up to you over these last couple of weeks, got beat up, 10-0? I believe the final score was something like that.
And my feed, relatively quiet last night and today.
Oh, that's because it was
very shocked.
10 o'clock West Coast trip. Come on, man.
No. No, because then when they win, when they lose, I'm usually bombarded with, oh, my God, look at this team. They're just terrible. They won the season series against the Dodgers last night. I'm ready. Eagles are cruising along in training camp. I'm having fun.
And we're going to talk about it all today on this Adam Schefter Wednesday morning. Schefter, of course, joins us at 8 o'clock as he does every single Wednesday. But let's start off with the Philadelphia Eagles. And I said it during the little open there. I like to look for things to be excited about, right? And there is a lot of things to be excited about when it comes to the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles. If we're talking about just strictly expectations,
yes,
we have high expectations. We should be excited about those expectations, and we shouldn't allow those expectations to maybe bring down our enjoyment. And I do believe that sometimes when people have high expectations, they're so stressed watching games that it almost takes away their enjoyment from it. 10-1 specifically last year, right? They kept on winning games last year, but because we had such high expectations and they didn't look like a great football team despite their record, we were all kind of down in the dumps. So we need them to come out and have the sexy wins and the style points and all that kind of stuff, when ultimately winning is all that matters. But we saw the cracks in the armor last year, and that's what ultimately led to their demise and their historic collapse. So right now we're only in training camp. Right now we're on paper talk. We're in basing our opinions off of reporters, the limited videos that we get to see, the open practice, and this Friday will be our first preseason game. So I want to do this today because we've said this numerous times, John, that the Eagles are having a great training camp.
They are.
And there's people that probably go, all right, well, what does that mean, a great training camp? I want you to determine what they're doing that makes it a great training camp today. One of the things that we have talked about a lot is the quiet training camp that they've had. You look around the league, or maybe look at just two teams specifically, two teams that could stand in your way, the Dallas Cowboys and the San Francisco 49ers. The Cowboys have all kinds of contract dispute. The number one wide receiver of the 49ers looks like he might get traded away, and their left tackle is having their Hall of Fame, first ballot Hall of Fame left tackle is having contract disputes. There's defensive players that have since left because they realized they weren't going to get paid the money that they were going to get paid. We could see the 49ers start to crumble in front of our very own eyes right now as we speak. The Eagles, their contracts are locked up. Everybody's kind of in their place. The core is here for a couple more years. I remember when Jaylen Hurts first got paid, people were freaking out. Oh, my God, how are you going to sustain winning once you paid the quarterback? Howie Roseman did a good job before he paid Jaylen Hurts, when he paid Jaylen Hurts, and since he's paid Jaylen Hurts, to lock up a core for multiple years. So the quiet training camp is something that we have celebrated since day one.
I was waiting for quiet training camp.
Yes.
Because that's honestly, I needed it. I needed it like you need that first cocktail on a Friday night just to start kicking off your weekend. It was, to me, that was what I was looking for. A veteran team that still has an infusion of youth, that the veterans were going to show the youngsters how it's done. And I've seen so many examples during training camp of the vets taking youngsters under wings, pumping up the young players, young players fitting in seamlessly. And most importantly, too, I've seen two teachers in Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio sort of talking us through the development process of not only their veterans but their youngsters. And honestly, it's been incredibly positive. The only thing I'm worried about is a little bit of dinged-up players.
Yes.
But other than that, I think every team's going to deal with some level of that.
Yeah, of course.
But other than that, I got to tell you, it's August 7th, and I'm all smiles.
Right, absolutely.
I'm all smiles about where they're sitting and how this thing's going to shake out.
So I know there are people out there that hear that Jaylen Hurts is having like this incredible training camp, right? Like he hasn't thrown an interception yet against the Eagles' defensive players, and they go, all right, well, what does that matter? He's wearing a red jersey. I think back to the open practice. Hurts is quite literally not allowed to be touched. So if a edge rusher beats Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata, they have to slow down because they can't finish the play because they can't touch Jaylen Hurts. So that extra second where Jaylen Hurts has the ability to escape pressure, and I say that in air quotes, he'll probably find a receiver downfield, right? Like they're not really tackling. They're maybe playing rough touch. So that gives the advantage to the offense, like a big advantage to the offense. So I see that. And I'm sure there are a lot of people that say, why are you so excited about the offense? There's so many, it's pro offense, these training camps. If you have that belief, if you have that mindset, there has to be something good that you are getting at a training camp that should make you excited or confident for the season. And I would love to get your guys' answers, John and Connor, and I would love to hear from the people today at 610-632-0975 because I have mine, but I want to hear yours first. Like, what is it from training camp, play aside, that you're saying, all right, this is providing me confidence and excitement heading into the regular season?
Every time I see Jaylen Hurts take off with a football.
Yeah.
Looks different.
Yes, he looks like the guy 2 years ago.
He looks like a gazelle. He looks effortless. The strides are there. He's running in big strides. He is decisive and appears to be explosive. Nothing would make me smile more than that. Than Jaylen Hurts' legs being a weapon once again.
Right, because
honestly,
last year it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. And
he couldn't beat defensive tackles on the edge.
He looked tentative.
Yes.
Like he looked like it, and I wondered many times whether it was between the ears. I'm now realizing, I don't know what the Eagles felt they were gaining by maybe hiding whatever was going on with Jaylen.
Yeah, I still don't
But
get
something was going on.
Yeah.
And we don't know. And we've had so many national analysts and local talk about, well, Jalen's injuries. But then he wasn't on injury report.
Never. Yeah. It was very strange. And you could just tell, just watching him, you could tell that the guy wasn't comfortable.
And to me, that doesn't do him any favors. But I guess they're trying to gain competitive advantage.
Yeah, probably.
That don't tell you what's potentially hurting him. And maybe it was a bone bruise on the knee that we had heard at one point.
Jay Glazer, I remember reporting that, yeah.
But watching Jaylen Hurts just, like,
looking explosive.
And effortlessly.
Yeah.
Like, the way he's running right now.
I remember last season, at some point, I forget when it was. It was later in the season. It was when Jaylen was not moving good, like, at all, right? It was, you could tell. Somebody posted a side-by-side video of Lamar Jackson scrambling and running and Jaylen Hurts scrambling and running. And Jaylen does not have the speed of Lamar Jackson. Even Jaylen Hurts 2 years ago didn't have the speed of Lamar Jackson. But somebody posted a side-by-side and was like, clearly there's something up with Jaylen Hurts because look at the difference between these two quarterbacks. And it was like night and day. It reminded me of that Austin Eckler run. Remember a couple of years ago where Austin Eckler had like nobody in front of him down the sideline and he was caught up and you're going, oh, wow, this guy's either hurt or he's cooked. Jaylen Hurts isn't cooked, but clearly there was something hampering him last year for him to slow down as much as he did. So that's a tremendous answer, John. Connor, what is something that you've gotten so far out of training camp where you're going, all right, this is what's providing confidence and excitement for me heading into the season?
Yeah, for me, it's scheme. Like, you can see what coordinators are trying to implement, and it's on the players to learn it, but you can definitely take what they're trying to do, and that will carry over, right? Like, whether or not the players can execute it on the field against an actual team in a real game is something you have to wait for the regular season to see. But when I see pre-snap motion, when I see Jaylen Hurts under center, when I see Vic Fangio having the defensive backs and the linebackers in the right spots in coverage, It's just the simple stuff that they didn't do well last year that I think is all coaching points in training camp and ahead of the season. That carries over. So that's what I've been looking at, and I've been really impressed by that.
And I want to play this for you. So Kellen Moore, he spoke to the media yesterday. We carried it live. It's, they happen at 9:40. Nick Sirianni speaks to the media today at 9:40, so you'll hear it live on Kincade and Salciunas. But here's Kellen Moore talking about the foundation of the offense. And I love this clip because remember last year, it took until week 3 for Jaylen Hurts to make a play.
Yes.
Right? The first 2 weeks were horrible. It took until week 3 for Jaylen Hurts to make a play. Part of that may have been Jaylen Hurts himself. Part of that may have been the scheme to what you're saying, Connor. Like, the offense sucked last year. Whether it was Jaylen Hurts and his turnovers, which he had an issue of.
He did.
Or it was Nick Sirianni and Brian Johnson's offensive game plan / play calling, and you saw just a lot of bad things to the point where it was a predictable offense. Players were speaking about it anonymously within the Eagles locker room. And then, of course, the Christian McCaffrey moment on Monday Night Football where he's predicting plays in real time of the Eagles to the point where a radio nitwit like me is predicting plays during a playoff game.
That was the most troubling part for me that you actually
It is. That is troubling. I'm not afraid to admit it. I should not know these things. Here's Kellen Moore talking about the foundation of the offense already being set in stone, and we haven't even played a preseason game yet.
You got a really good foundation at this point. Obviously, transitioning into preseason football here very soon. It kind of shifts gears into preseason focus. You get joint practices coming up, and so we got a lot of the core in now, and now it's just the adjustments within that. We've taken our first lap through it from training camp perspective, and now we make all the adjustments, whether it be scheme, personnel, all the fun stuff. We just keep building on it.
Like, I love that he's already pretty much has a plan, and by, again, all reports, Jaylen Hurts is taking and running with it. Like,
literally and figuratively.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But he's been great. I mean, everybody's talked about how he's been perfect, how the ball isn't touching the ground. I know we talked about that the other day. Like, that is a good sign that he knows where to put the football.
And one thing I'm going to say to you is we have this conversation today. The naysayer, the person on our text line that texts in and says, oh, my God, you guys are talking about practice. Like, as I can hear Allen Iverson in my head.
Right.
They are the people who, if something was wrong at training camp, would not tell you that it was just practice. See? Told you.
Yeah, exactly.
Hurts isn't sharp. They don't. There are people who don't want to see the good or bad. Now, some of them, though, objectively say, I don't take anything out of practice.
Right.
I'll see it in games. I'll believe it when I see it.
And that's fair.
I think that is fair. But I think it does discount when the people who have their eyeballs, the Tim McManuses, the Andrew DeCecco's, the Schefter people that see that all the time, when they see it and they tell you it's special, you should believe them.
Yeah, I'm gonna take their word for it.
Because they're there every day and they see it and they've been to other camps. That's why I asked Jeff yesterday about, look, you've been to all these other camps. You've seen all the other training camps before. How special is it with Jaylen Hurts? How are things looking?
Dude, when they say that he looks different from last year, then take their word for it.
Because we're not at practice.
Right.
They are. They're there every freaking day. Eyeballs on it. When they're telling you it looks special, I'm gonna take their word.
Right, and look, week 1, he could drop back first pass and throw in a triple coverage and throw an interception, and we'll go, okay.
And by the way, I don't expect I expect a bumpy ride with the defense. I do not with the offense. But if Jaylen Hurts goes, has a couple touchdown passes and a touchdown run against the Packers, and then throws an interception, I'm not going to be like, see, same old Jaylen.
No, of course not.
Last year was a mess. It looks like it's being corrected. The question is, are people willing to let their eyeballs say to them, or letting the experts who are there every day say to you, yeah, it looks good.
So I'm going to give you my answer because, again, you guys know how I've felt so far this training camp. I've been fired up. I mean, that open practice, the day after, I was on here like drooling, watching the footage that our man like E-Rock and the local beat reporters posted, how smooth the offense was, how quick the offense was, how creative the offensive was. But I'll stay away from that for a second. I'll give you something different. I'm going to give you the messaging that I think coming out of training camp has been very important. It kind of plays off on the quiet offseason, the quiet training camp. There's nobody bitching right now in the Eagles.
No.
Nobody, right?
No.
Like, nobody is complaining about anything. And that I love. I also love messaging from certain individuals. I'm going to play this clip from Devin White. So the Eagles signed Devin White, 1-year deal, kind of a prove-it deal, $7 million. I think it's like three and a half guaranteed. Really not that big of a contract. This is
not a huge investment.
No, not a huge investment. Former top 5 pick in the NFL, a guy that's clearly struggled the last couple of years, gets benched by his head coach last year and Todd Bowles. All the numbers are going down, blah, blah, blah. But the guy has pedigree. Former top 5 pick, Super Bowl champion, former second-team All-Pro linebacker. But you know what? Just because he has that stuff under his belt, he realizes that he needs to get better, and he realizes that he needs to kind of save his career, which is why he was not flooded with 3, 4, 5-year deals. He was flooded with a couple 1-year deals. He was on a podcast the other day where he did say there were some teams that offered him more money. He just saw this as a better opportunity for him personally in terms of wanting to win, which I do appreciate that people still strive for winning and not just the wallet, which $3.5 million is still $3.5 million. But here's Devin White the other day talking about his pedigree not keeping him from growing with this Eagles team.
It's just football at the end of the day, man. You take it and you just got to keep getting better. I think that's the mindset that you got to have. Like, hey, I was picked high, but I got a job to do. I love football. I've been playing it. It was a reason why I was picked this high. Just continue to flourish, you know. Hey, I feel like when you get back in the NFL, you know, you just a seed being planted again, and you got to water yourself every day to grow. And, I mean, that's how I feel coming here. It's a new environment, new coaching staff, new defense, and I'm a seed again, you know, and I just been getting watered by everybody, just pouring in and making the days count.
Okay, that's right up Sirianni's alley.
He's also right up Hurts' alley. It's like it's both of them. It's both of them, not just giving an answer, having to use some sort of analogy. Yeah,
look, that's pretty funny.
But my point is, Devin White. Here's a guy that's a former Super Bowl champion, former top 5 pick, a guy that's coming into a team that had horrible linebackers last year. He could probably walk around like big man on campus if he wanted to. And he's straight up saying, "Look, I gotta get watered again. I'm a seed again. Like I'm starting from ground zero. I gotta learn." And I watched the podcast that he was on. I forget which podcast it was, but it might have been like I Am Athlete or something like that.
Okay.
And he straight up said to them, like, "Yeah, I struggled last year. Like I need to get back to where I was." There are a lot of players that don't admit that.
Absolutely.
Like, there are a lot of athletes that lie to themselves.
And they will not admit it.
Or maybe they might realize what's true, but then when they're on a public platform, they won't admit it like that. And I actually kind of take the podcast more than the media because you're trying to say the right things to the media probably, whereas the podcast, it's like an open platform.
Makes it a little more casual.
And he was honest.
And
like,
player to player.
I played poorly last year.
I love the fact, too, though, that he acknowledges it's a learning curve. And you're coming here, and it is something where you got to learn what Vic Fangio wants you to do, and you have to be immersed in it. And he really does. He sounds like a Hurts guy.
Yes,
he sounds like he's doing the media the way Hurts does it.
And he's in a group chat.
What?
Him, Hurts, and AJ Brown.
See, I love that.
It's a motivational group chat.
I love that.
It's awesome.
Pushing each other, going, "What'd you do today?"
Yeah,
because it's not just, "Hey, what'd you watch on Netflix?"
Right.
What'd you do today? Oh, I ran 10 miles or whatever.
And you know football players are lunatics. Like, that kind of stuff does mean something to them.
I'm convinced that A.J. Brown is some sort of cyborg.
Yeah, he probably is.
He looks, first of all, he looks so ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's
and remember, we read that article. I think Tim McManus wrote the story not that long ago that he went harder this offseason.
Yes.
Because of how upset he was about his injury and the way the season ended. Even though this guy put up historic numbers last year, right? A.J. Brown broke Calvin Johnson's record last season of consecutive games with 125 yards receiving. If there's anybody that could have taken maybe a little bit off during his offseason, it was A.J. Brown. No, he wanted to work harder to get even better. Like, he is a cyborg.
He added 2 packs to his 6-pack.
Dude, I think he had an 8-pack before
I think they said it was a 6, and he went to an 8 or something like that. I mean, he set out to do stuff to make himself stronger.
Right.
And to me, the work ethic of the Eagles is something that nobody can challenge.
No, absolutely not.
And to me, this is a group that wants to change the narrative on the way that last season ended, and they're not just talking it.
Yeah, they're
showing it. And it feels like, look, it's Camp Feel Good. I'm going to tell you flat out. It is Camp Feel Good, and maybe I'm getting suckered in on it, and there will be somebody like, oh, my God, they're talking about a practice. I'm getting so excited. I'm going to tell you flat out, the people who are there every day, they know. Just as they told us last year, something was wrong.
Right. They're telling us that something's right this year.
Right. So if we believed it last year that something was wrong, then believe it that something's right.
So here's the deal. Would love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. You can text in, you can call in. For those of you who are doing the, don't get too excited over Jaylen Hurts' passing ability in practice when he's wearing the red jersey, there has to be something that you have taken away from training camp so far with the first preseason game coming up this Friday where you go, you know what, that is something that I'm going to keep an eye on during the start of the season, that I'm excited about, that I'm confident about, that this season's team is different than last year's, to John's point, where we realized things were going wrong early. So what is it that's providing you the confidence going into this season? Messaging to me is very important. Coaching is very important. There's a lot going on that you should be excited about. We'd love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. Coming up next, normally you probably wouldn't take too much from what the backup quarterback is saying, but John, you opened my eyes to something. And it's about Jaylen Hurts and his leadership. Also, the Phillies won a baseball game. We have to react to that. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phils take the season series on.
Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic, and a bombshell has dropped on ESPN.com. So,
Wow. This is juicy.
a lot of it is what has happened in the past. It tells the story, a lot of stories of what went wrong with the Philadelphia Eagles last year. Now, let's get this out of the way first.
From our own Tim McManus.
From our own Tim McManus, and we'll get to that. It seems like, from our eyes, John, from what we've read, not just this story, from what we've heard in press conferences, that a lot that was in the past is now in the past, and they're moving forward.
It does feel that way. It feels very positive.
I've said this numerous times. They better get off to a hot start, because if they don't, I worry how certain people will look at the head coach.
Okay.
I also wonder how certain people will look at the quarterback, because
Sure.
Jaylen Hurts is supposed to be the leader this season. And a lot of people, Tanner McKee, we'll get to it in a second. It's just this story kind of takes front page here.
This takes precedence.
Tanner McKee talked about how Jaylen Hurts' leadership has gotten better. Saquon Barkley has talked about how Jaylen Hurts has been the leader of this football team, right? Last year, Jaylen Hurts was more of a lead-by-example kind of guy. And when they were winning, that was great. But when they started to lose, people turned to him and wanted to look at him for leadership, and he was not able to do that. That's why stories have come out by multiple people. Our own Jeff McClain, who joins us every single Tuesday, right? Jeff McClain talked about in his podcast that there were people inside, players and management, upset with Jaylen Hurts' lack of leadership during the season last year. This then got to OTAs, and the final day of OTAs, when he was given an opportunity to talk about Nick Sirianni in what we thought would hopefully be a positive way. He laughed at a question, didn't really give an answer, and it gave us 6 weeks to speculate more about the relationship of Nick Sirianni and Jaylen Hurts. So a story came out this morning, 6 o'clock on the dot, from Tim McManus, who is incredible. And if you remember, Tim
he's
McManus...
going to get hate mail today.
Yeah, because people are going to say, oh, during
Why are you digging this
everything is going good right now, and you're trying to bring up negatives.
Yeah.
So Tim McManus, if you remember, on the day of the Eagles-Buccaneers playoff game, wrote a pretty damning story about how Jaylen Hurts had been upset with the direction of the offense for multiple weeks, had tried to get it changed, and Sirianni wasn't in favor of the offense changing. And, of course, we all said maybe he just wants to change because he wants to have Brian Johnson's back or something. Well, there's a lot to this story that may add to that. The relationship that Jaylen Hurts had with Brian Johnson, not just from a familiarity and a personal level. He liked Brian Johnson's offensive game plan much more than what Nick Sirianni thought would
was
work.
going to implement.
Nick Sirianni, remember, said on the podcast with Jeff McClain last season that they were just going to keep doing what they were doing and just try to tweak it a little bit to add to it.
Why fix what isn't broken, right?
Right.
Why fix what isn't broken?
In this story from Tim McManus, rival coaches and executives said they just tried to roll the ball out and they noticed it.
They figured it out. Yeah, absolutely.
And I remember, and you've given me credit for, and I appreciate it, being very upset seeing that quote from Nick Sirianni on Jeff McClain's podcast, because I said, you know what? You putting that out there tells the highest paid coaches and defensive coordinators in the world that you're going to do something that you've been doing the last 2 seasons. That gives them time to study film and try to find a way to beat you at what you think you cannot be beaten with.
And I thought you were reading a little too much into it. Now when I read this piece, you weren't.
So
You absolutely weren't.
So this story tells you that there was legitimate beef between Jaylen Hurts and Nick Sirianni, because multiple team sources are in this story. Multiple team sources. To the point where they say that Jaylen Hurts straight up tuned out Nick Sirianni yesterday.
Even did end arounds on
Yes.
him. We'll talk about some of those.
And if you remember, this offseason, you and I really wanted this beef to be squashed day one of training camp. And it seemed like they did. But we got pushback from it. Our own,
Absolutely.
the best show ever, we had to sign a peace treaty.
They don't have to be best friends.
And I said they didn't have to be best friends.
No, we didn't
I just
want
want
them to
them
be
to
best
have a working relationship.
Now
they
we
didn't
know.
even have one last year.
Now we know we read the situation right.
Yes.
This summarizes. We had this story right. These two were in a feud. This wasn't just two guys not really liking each other. This was a problem that hopefully they've corrected.
I'm going to try to highlight a bunch of paragraphs from the story to read to you on the air, but here's a damning one from last season. Quote, there was never a moment last year where they were operating in a healthy relationship. Now, again, we're not saying they need to be best friends and
no.
Like the golf cart video that came out earlier this week where they're smiling and they're having a good time. We don't know if that's real or not. We don't know if that was a little bit of a stage interaction in front of the media, right where the cameras were.
I was there for all of it, though, and sucking it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I was absolutely believing in it.
We straight up said on the air, lie to us. We don't care. Lie to us. Make us feel like things are good.
Yep.
When I read that quote, there was never a moment last year where they were operating in a healthy relationship. That tells me that there has to be respect between quarterback and head coach. Not best friends, but to the point where they could communicate and get on the same page. And look, this doesn't absolve Nick Sirianni of blame, because Nick Sirianni publicly always came off as the good guy, right? Nick Sirianni always came off as having Jaylen Hurts' back publicly. This story also tells you that Nick Sirianni deserved a lot of the blame to the point where he ignored Jaylen Hurts' once, which I don't think any coach should do. I remember giving Nick Sirianni credit in his first 2 years as the head coach of this football team, adapting to the players that he had around him. And I remember him speaking about that publicly in press conferences. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, why should I make players do certain things that they might not be best at? Why shouldn't I, as a head coach, try to get them to thrive on what they're good at? Chip Kelly is a prime example of doing the opposite. They signed DeMarco Murray, a north and south runner, and Chip Kelly said, well, no, in my scheme, you run sideline to sideline. He tried to make DeMarco Murray do things that he was not going to thrive in, and that's why DeMarco Murray absolutely sucked here as a Philadelphia Eagle. This may be why Jaylen Hurts, I don't want to say sucked as a quarterback last year, but did not play to the level of expectations that we had last season when Nick Sirianni refused to allow Jaylen Hurts to do some of the things that they wanted. In this story, they talked about throwing over the middle of the field, that A.J. Brown and Jaylen Hurts both thrived in it, but Nick Sirianni wanted a vertical offense and would not listen to what Jaylen Hurts wanted. Both of them are to blame for what happened last season.
They both are to blame, and there is a lot of player, club sources quoted in this that throw shade on both of them.
Yes.
About what happened. But I want to say a couple things right off the bat. In the very beginning of the story, it talks about how this year began with Nick Sirianni once again taking the blame in front of his team, in front of the organization, in front of the players and executives, and saying, last year was on me. I need to be better. I need to be more interactive and cooperative. I need to be. Nick Sirianni, again, took all the blame publicly in front of it. I told you before, it's something that I admire about Nick, that I think that takes a lot of. That's a guy who sets his ego aside. He sets his ego at the door when he walks in. And to
publicly, did he set his ego at the door when it came to his offense being, this is my offense, and this offense has worked?
No, but that's why he stepped up and stood in front of everybody and told everybody, I was wrong. I need to be better. I need to change my approach and how things work. And to me, look, I can't litigate what he did last year. Take all the blame. He took all the blame publicly in front of everybody on the very first day. To me, that says a lot. I know a lot of people who won't do that, who will never take the blame for anything that goes wrong in their lives. I admire it big time. But the fact that they had to have a third person in the room, and team sources saying Jaylen needed to have a third person in the room because Nick wanted to have one-on-one quarterback head coach quarterback meetings, which, by the way, I've been around NFL teams a long time. That is totally common.
Yeah, that's nothing new. Yeah.
And Jaylen Hurts had a problem with it. Didn't work well with him and Nick Sirianni one-on-one. I guess they butted heads. He found Nick Sirianni a little much, I guess He played for Nick Saban and Lincoln Riley.
Look, Sirianni is a little much for us.
Right.
Listening to his press conference, we talked about it yesterday. We celebrated Kellen Moore's answers yesterday.
Yes.
Because they were straight and to the point. So if Nick Sirianni, from a press conference standpoint, is too much for us doing sports talk radio, he might be a little too much for one-on-one interactions when it comes to playing football.
The only thing is, quarterbacks and head coaches meet alone all the time.
Yes, they do.
But it appears that Jaylen wanted more control, and we'll talk about that.
We will. There's a lot. Dude, there's a lot in this story.
There's a lot to unpack in this story.
Buckle up. All right, this is one of these days where I did this show sheet thing.
Yeah, can we sort of set it aside?
Tomorrow's show is already done.
Exactly.
All right, because we'll get to this stuff tomorrow. I'll leave you with this quote before we dive deeper into this. And again, I want this to be clear. I think they put it at the door, and it's squashed, and they're moving on. But here's a quote from the story from Tim McManus. Even when they were 10-1, everyone was walking around like their dog died, a team source said. All year, instead of having fun playing, it was like, oh my gosh, we lost the Super Bowl. That Super Bowl weighed so heavily on them that it brought them down even with a 10-1 record. There's a lot in this story that we're going to get into, a lot to unpack about this relationship between Sirianni and Hurts. And no, we didn't make too much of it. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
In Philadelphia sports, there's always something to discuss. This week, the Phillies...
Reacting to a major story that just dropped on ESPN.com from Tim McManus. The headline, can Jaylen Hurts and Nick Sirianni move on from a tense 2023? A Super Bowl might depend on it. Now that's
a little rough.
and that might not be Tim saying that.
Could be a headline writer.
But like that's a lot. But there is a lot to unpack in this story, and we're going to do the best that we can to do that for you on the air and then kind of react to it. And again, I'm going to try my best to turn this into a positive because we wanted this to be left at the door day one of training camp, correct?
Yes. And very well they may have.
They may have.
But now we know what happened.
Right, because how many times did we say, we still don't know what happened? We still don't know what happened.
Yeah, now we know.
And
now we know.
There's just there's so much
to unpack.
Story. Here's another paragraph. Things were off, including between the head coach and quarterback. ESPN spoke with several sources who detailed a prolonged strain between Hurts and Sirianni during the 2023 campaign, with one source with direct knowledge of the dynamic describing the relationship as fractured and unhealthy last season. At the root of the divide, a disconnect in offensive visions with what a team source described as a lack of full respect for Sirianni's X's and O's chops. Now, let's break that down for a second. Didn't we all say that?
Yes.
Didn't Sirianni himself say that when he handed the keys over to Shane Steichen?
He had no answers to be able to fix his offense, and it didn't get any better.
So, like, can you blame Hurts for feeling a certain type of way about the offense, trying to change the offense, him not being allowed to change the offense?
Okay.
And Nick Sirianni saying, this is my offense, you're going to do it.
I can blame him.
Okay.
What I can blame him about is this, is that there are many things. In every I'm thinking every guy driving to work today.
Mm-hmm.
There are things you don't like it that your employer or the boss asks you to do. And at the end of the day, you either create conflict and continue to push back, or you try to do what you're asked to do. And this is an alpha male in Jaylen Hurts. And I'm damn glad that he is, by the way. I'm damn glad that he is. But it's clear Jaylen Hurts was not going to accept the direction. He was going to passively, aggressively, as is pointed out in this piece, change plays at the line of scrimmage that he didn't like. Some of them worked, some of them didn't.
Right. The Seattle game we know did not work.
But these two let this thing descended into madness.
Oh, yeah. It was bad.
This is pettiness and it's Nick Sirianni not being aware enough about how to fix this, and Jaylen Hurts being petty and just being like, I'm not listening to the guy.
Like, I'm not taking a side on this, by the way.
No, I think they're both wrong.
They're both, like, exactly. Like,
but
both of these guys are the reason why they had a freaking downfall last year.
But I understand Jaylen's frustration.
Absolutely.
I understand the frustration. I understand one thing. One of the things in the piece, Jaylen Hurts before the Week 18 game is contacting Wink Martindale, who'd gotten fired by the Giants.
That's amazing.
He'd quit on the Giants. He calls him and does an hour-long call with Wink Martindale on his own.
Trying to figure out what's wrong with our offense.
Tell me what's wrong with our offense.
How crazy is that?
You go around your head coach and go to the opposing defensive coordinator of a team who just smoked you like the Christmas game.
Yeah.
Really gave him problems. That's outlandish. Like that to me is outlandish. That would be like in any walk of life, you go into somebody leaves your competitor and you don't go to find out. You go up, hey, what's my boss doing wrong?
Right.
Tell me what my boss is doing wrong.
And I'm sure that got back to Sirianni.
I guarantee it did.
I don't think Nick Sirianni is finding that out today with his morning coffee, reading an article from Tim McManus.
But you and I both, I understand Jaylen's frustration.
Absolutely.
Because I had frustration with it too. I said to Nick Sirianni, he was the passenger in 11C as the plane was crashing. And they say, hey, does anyone know how to fly a plane? And Nick's, no. Just put his hands up. Well, I can, but I'm not really good at it. He obviously didn't have answers.
Yeah, this is not a smear campaign on one or the other.
No.
This isn't pick a side.
They both are to blame. And they both, honestly, they both should read this, and they should both be embarrassed. But it appears they've done everything, too, to try to move past.
And part of that is bringing in Kellen Moore. And
Absolutely.
if you read this story, this is not only a write-up of what freaking went wrong last year, it's also what's going on so far this season. And what's going on so far this season is Kellen Moore is running the offense. Nick Sirianni is popping his head in on meetings. Like, Nick Sirianni doesn't seem to have any control when it comes to the offense, which is something that we hoped for when they hired Kellen Moore. Like, you brought in an offensive guru, genius, mastermind, whatever you want to call it. You didn't bring him in to work with Nick Sirianni's offense. You brought him in to completely overhaul the offense, to do a complete facelift of the offense. You did the same exact thing with Vic Fangio in the defense. It's just not talked about as much because Nick Sirianni's not known as a defensive-minded head coach, right? When it comes to the offense, Nick Sirianni's taken a step back. And that's one of the things. Today's main topic was, what have you gotten so far at a training camp to make you excited going into the season, confident going into the season? This story, in a weird way, adds to our excitement because we're realizing that Sirianni has taken a step back. And Connor, I know you've been thrilled about that.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I wanted, and that was the plan. And you know what's funny? I don't know that I totally blame him for the way that he handled last year. Like, was he a little bit stubborn and maybe even verging on cocky with the whole, we're just going to keep doing what we do? Sure. But comparing Brian Johnson's resume and Kellen Moore's resume when they took over these positions, totally different. Yeah, so I understand him wanting to be more heavy-handed with Brian Johnson last year, and it's probably easier for him to take the step back this year with Kellen Moore in that position, knowing he's done it multiple times, different organizations. So it's a tough balance you got to strike with giving up control over the offense, and I think the Eagles did a good job of getting a better person in the position that Nick Sirianni feels more comfortable doing that.
And I don't think Jaylen Hurts had done enough in his NFL career to demand, I'm going to sort of dictate how the offense is. Not yet.
Not yet.
He's too young.
But he can say,
have more say. He should have had more say.
I'm uncomfortable doing this. I'm comfortable doing this. And if he's the guy on the field, shouldn't you side with the guy that's on the field? Shouldn't Nick go, all right, then let's try this out?
Let's
I
put
don't
you
know
in the
why,
best position.
Like, it seemed like Sirianni was equally as stubborn
Absolutely.
as Jaylen Hurts.
No questions asked.
So let's dive into this deeper. We would love to hear from you. Text line, phone line, 610-632-0975. It was both of them. No longer, like, don't pick sides anymore.
We now have the answer.
They are both the freaking blame for what happened last year. And as I said multiple times, the linebackers were the worst position on the team last year. They didn't collapse because of linebackers. There was something deeper which led to the Eagles' collapse, and it was the horrible relationship between Hurts and Sirianni that seems to be getting better, and that excites me going into the season. Can this fix, a major one, turn everything around? Let's dive into that. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 7 o'clock hour ahead, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phillies bounce
Salciunas on this Adam Schefter Wednesday morning. Can't wait to talk to Shefty coming up at 8 o'clock. The Tim McManus article that dropped at 6 a.m. We had our first chance to read it during our first commercial break at 6:21, and since then we've been reacting to it with you. And we would love to get some of your reactions on the text line at 610-632-0975. Connor, let me know if we have any coming in. And I'm sure Shefty will be able to dive deeper into this at 8 o'clock. Now, I'm worried, John.
What are you worried about?
Because Shefty's told me to move on.
Yeah, you should be worried.
No. Guess what? And I jumped him one time on this, I'll jump him again. This is ridiculous because now we found out this story is bigger than we thought. When you read this story is bigger than we thought.
Now, I'll say this. One, everyone be nice to Shefty. He's a great man.
No, we always will.
I'm scared.
No, but I'll definitely, though.
But two, this doesn't change where we're at.
No, and that's why I keep on saying I'm going to, in a weird way, use this as a positive.
Yeah, there are going to be some people who read this and say, okay, it's great to know what happened last year. But does it change what I've seen in training camp? Does it change what I'm going to see Friday night? And I'm not saying you guys are saying this, but I'm like, there are going to be some people who react to this as just, oh, that's what happened last year. Okay, well, this year it seems like they fixed it.
Okay, but I'm going to read you back-to-back paragraphs that is exactly what fires me up, but also
does
what
it
is
calm you down
freaking
too?
me out. No. All right?
Okay.
So here's one paragraph. The rush of fame and fortune following the Super Bowl run proved challenging for Hurts. Remember, we heard that, actually.
We did.
A lot.
Too much time being pulled away from stuff.
Yep, and remember that was part of the issues leading into the season, that maybe he couldn't work out as much with his teammates because he was doing a lot of commercial shoots, because that stuff happens during the offseason. Remember when the Eagles started struggling, it was right around the holidays, and people were like, if you guys didn't focus on your Christmas album.
They did it in July.
They did it in July, right? Like people were looking for something to complain about. I celebrated this offseason when I saw photos of Jaylen Hurts doing off-season workouts on their own time after OTAs with Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Johnny Wilson. Look, there was photos, and I go, wow, that's something we didn't see last year, and this is part of it. Anyways, I'll start from the beginning. The rush of fame and fortune following the Super Bowl run proved challenging from Hurts, who was 24 years old at the time, a source close to him had said. The source added that Hurts is now in redemption mode, with multiple sources describing a motivated player who has been focused on self-improvement this offseason. That paragraph fires me up, right?
No, because that shows maturity, shows leadership.
Right, and the leadership was something that was questioned, and team sources, high-ranking sources. Remember, it was high-ranking officials told Jeff McClain, not the water boy, right? High-ranking officials told Jeff McClain that his leadership was in question and his leadership was something that they really wanted him to work on. But then here's the scary the next paragraph. The boom or bust potential of this season is massive. Roseman has assembled arguably the best skill position group in team history, led by Hurts, Brown, Smith, and an offseason splash signing Saquon Barkley. The Eagles invested in the defensive backfield, a major area of weakness in 2023, both in free agency and the draft. That, coupled with the hires of Moore and Fangio, could steer Philadelphia back to the top of the NFC. A major question following last season's tailspin, however, is how the team will react when adversity hits and how Sirianni will navigate it. And I think about what Brian Westbrook said on this station to our buddy Bob Cooney, that they better get off to a hot start or people will look at the person that is still here from last season. They better get off to a hot start. And I expect them to, but it's one of those things where if they lose in Brazil and they drop one of those NFC South games that they shouldn't lose, we're all going to start sitting there going, okay.
Yeah, but here's the issue, though, is that Sirianni's fingerprints are not on this offense.
Correct.
It's pointed out by Tim McManus. They have minimal contact, that they even have little to do with each other during practice, that Nick Sirianni's on a walkie-talkie if he wants to change something with Kellen Moore. So to me, if the offense struggles or whatever like that, I'm putting it at the door of Jaylen Hurts and Kellen Moore. Because Kellen Moore has obviously been given the keys to the kingdom.
Right, okay.
And I'm not going to be blaming Nick Sirianni for it because this team declawed him.
Yeah,
They took him to the SPCA and took the claws off. and now are just hoping that he can run this team. But when you see the depths that both Sirianni's stubbornness and Jaylen Hurts is flat out disregard for his head coach.
Right.
It's honestly, to me, it's unprofessional and appalling in a way on both of them.
Right. Absolutely. Like
neither one is blameless, but I got to tell you, I would expect more of Jaylen, and I would sure as hell expect my head coach to be more open to the fact that I don't freaking know it all.
Right.
I need to hear from the guy who should have won MVP, and I need to let him have some fingerprints on this thing.
Right. And look, our man Brendan Gunn, associate producer of the show, he came in during the commercial break just talking about the story. And this goes to what you're saying, but like Jaylen Hurts wanted to throw the football over the middle of the field more. And if you remember, during the 125-yard games for A.J. Brown, a lot of those were like slant routes.
A lot of slant routes.
That were like, it wasn't a deep shot downfield. It was 6 yards in the air, but then A.J. Brown did a lot after the catch. And Nick Sirianni basically said, no, we're not doing that. Now, they might have scouting reports. They might believe that Jaylen Hurts is better at some things and worse at others. But if the quarterback, the guy that's on the field, is saying, hey, I want to do this, why wouldn't you listen?
Okay, Hurts coming out of college. There was a lot in the Alabama offense and a lot in the Oklahoma offense where if he was throwing across the middle of the field, they were more dump-offs or checkdowns.
Okay.
They didn't really trust him throwing it between the hashes deep. They thought he was more of a sideline thrower. And by the way, has he shown that?
Yes.
He's one of the best.
He's very good at it.
I think he's fantastic. Him and AJ and Devontae with the taps on the sideline and everything.
Tremendous.
They never believed it. Now, whether Jaylen can do that or not, I don't know. But you know how people get a reputation for what they think they can do and not.
Right.
And it seems like Nick Sirianni read that scouting report and didn't like it. And look, like the Seattle game, Jaylen Hurts throwing the deep ball between the hashes. Cost them the game. Interception. Maybe there's just that push and pull of the two of them saying, trust me. And to me, that's an error on the part of Nick Sirianni to at least not loosen the reins a little, give him a little more leash, let him do some things that he wants to do.
Because ultimately, he's the player.
I'll tell you this, as much of a control freak as Kyle Shanahan is, Kyle Shanahan did not let Matt Ryan in his MVP season check out of plays at the line of scrimmage. Like a control freak.
Right.
You are not allowed to go to the line of scrimmage and check out. And he was a veteran quarterback by this time. But I know for a fact that Matt and the head coach and Dan Quinn and Kyle Shanahan would sit
together.
He would get handed the offensive game plan. Matt would study it for a night. And then he'd go into the room and go, what do you like and what do you don't like?
Right.
And Matt would I don't like this play, and I don't like how we practiced it. I really love this one. I really love this one. And they listened. I think Jaylen Hurts got a bit disrespected.
Yeah, I think so.
He wasn't allowed to prove what he wanted to prove.
And John, forget Hurts and Sirianni for a second. I'll use a different example where it's a coordinator and a player.
Okay.
Hassan Reddick didn't like dropping into coverage.
He did not. He absolutely did not.
Matt Patricia said, I don't care. I'm going to have you drop into coverage. Hassan Reddick was bad when he dropped into coverage. Why would you make a player who is uncomfortable with doing something do something that he's not good at, and then it show that he's not good at it?
Okay.
It's the same thing for me with Nick Sirianni and Jaylen Hurts. If Jaylen Hurts is comfortable or wanting to do something, why wouldn't you allow the player to do it?
I'm going to push back on you a little bit.
Okay.
And the way I'm going to push back is this. I have seen people in business. Hey, we're changing how we do things. We're going to ask you to do things differently than you've done them before.
Mm-hmm.
And they push back and they will not try. Or if they do try it, they try it half-assed.
Right.
So to me, I get it. I think Jaylen Hurts wasn't willing to. I think he was like, I don't like this. And I think when you're not bought into something,
right.
I'm willing to say, and I've said it to bosses in business before, I'll try it your way, and we're going to try it, and I will give it 100% what you're asking me to do. But remember, I'm going to come back and question if it doesn't seem like it's working.
Right.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because I'm naturally, especially in that example that you brought up, I'm a buy into everything guy. You tell me to do something away, I will do it.
And you are, by the way. That truly is something you embody.
But what I will say is, in the NFL, when the stakes are so high for a team with Super Bowl aspirations and focusing on getting back there after losing it the year before, if you don't have trust that what your coaches are asking you to do, can I truly blame the players for not being receptive to them telling you to do it that way? Like, should we almost give more faith? I know as a player, you're supposed to listen to your coaches.
Yes.
But if you've got guys in positions where it's so obvious that they're doing the wrong thing, is it the player's fault if they choose not to do it?
It is the player's fault if you choose if you choose not to take direction. And it's not you should have your voice. You should always have your voice to say, I don't like this, I don't agree with this, I'm not doing this. But when in a game, you got to buy in. Because what Jaylen Hurts was doing was improvising and doing things his own way in the middle of the game, going against what his head coach was telling him to do.
Right, but if Scott came in here, our boss, and said, hey, I want you to talk Olympic badminton today, and this story came out, and you said, man, I'm going to talk Eagles, and then you get in trouble for talking Eagles.
Guess what? I would get. The thing is, you can't, though. His teammates, people around the team, quoting in the piece, he was improvising. He was doing his own thing. The other players in the team are trying to do what they're told to do.
I understand.
And you got one guy saying, I know better than everybody else. I'm going to do things differently. And by the way, it didn't work. It didn't work.
Right, because people weren't on the same page.
You got to get everybody on the same page. Whether you think it or not, you got to get on the same page. And I will promise you this. When you're not buying into something, you're not giving it your all. You're not giving it the same film study. You're not giving it the same energy on the practice field.
Unless the thing they're asking you to buy into is really dumb to the point where, I don't know, some nitwit on the radio wearing a Phillies hat can predict the plays.
Hey, stop calling my partner that.
That's me.
Andy
He
wearing
is.
a Phillies
He
hat.
is, brother.
No, but I understand what you're saying, John, completely. And this is just trying to see where there could be a situation of why it happened. If you really don't have faith in what the coaches are telling you, and I think we saw based on the way that things were being schemed on both sides of the ball, like we didn't have faith in the coaching.
No, we didn't. We did not.
I can't 100% say, it's like, not that you guys have said character flaw, but it's a character flaw. He's not listening to authority. He's not doing what the coaches are telling him to do. Because if it's obvious to us that what they're doing is not smart and not working,
the players probably realize it's not smart or working either.
Hey, it's documented in this piece. When you say character flaw. By the way, every one of us has character flaws. Yes. Every one of us has things we could do better. But something pointed out in this piece and confirmed in this piece is something that I've said a million times. Jaylen Hurts not coming out after that Seattle game and taking ownership of the fact that he went off script and it freaking cost the team the game, and him not being willing to own up to it and talk about it. That is a character flaw. That is, I didn't do what I was told. It didn't work out because I thought I knew better. That's where you stand there and you eat it. You own it. Instead, he let his head coach do it after that game. That's where I read this piece, and I blame both of them.
Right. And you know what?
And it's embarrassing.
I think it is embarrassing.
Right.
Last year happening, I'm still not over it. We watched the open practice. As much fun as I had watching how great the offense was, it pissed me off about how horrible the offense was last year because let's face it.
Absolutely, yes.
They peed away an opportunity to make another deep playoff run last year. But in the spirit of today's main topic, before we start reading the show, what have you gotten out of training camp so far? Maybe not necessarily from an X's and O's standpoint that is giving you confidence and excitement going into 2024. In a weird way, this story is kind of doing it for me because I can't blame one individual.
No, they're both to blame.
They're both equally to blame in this story. It seems like they are both trying to do whatever they can to put what happened last year behind them and work on some things. Jaylen Hurts' leadership.
We applaud both of them for
Hurts' leadership was questioned last year. It seems like it's getting better. Nick Sirianni's stubbornness last year when it came to his X's and O's, he is no longer coaching the offense. It is Kellen Moore's offense. A lot of the issues from last year are pointed out in this story, and it seems like every issue, maybe not absolved fully, but
No.
at least is trending in the right direction. And I celebrate that.
Yeah, again, I admire both men for the way that they have appeared to have gotten this thing worked out and how things are looking now. But now we have the explanation of what went down last year. And honestly, they both conducted themselves like children.
Yes. Yeah.
They conducted themselves like children. Nick Sirianni got the hubris of, I went to a Super Bowl.
Right.
And this is where that mugging for the camera and Billy Big Ball's routine on the sideline, where the Emperor had no clothes strategy-wise, as he shows the year after, is a problem. Nick, again, and Jaylen Hurts, and Connor, I think this plays to your point. Jaylen Hurts played for Nick Saban, Lincoln Riley.
Right.
He played for two of the biggest names in college football. He's looking at Nick Sirianni going, dude, you do not have the chops. You don't have the strategy chops guys that I've worked with have. So I'm my listening ears are a little off. That's bad on Jaylen, but it also tells you Nick Sirianni's got to be self-aware. What do I do well? What got me this job? What do I do? Maybe I need to listen to Jaylen Hurts a little bit.
Dude,
you know what I mean?
maybe that moment in the Super Bowl, maybe there was something to that.
No, there was.
Him pulling, because in this story, it talks about how Sirianni's a little bit too much for Jaylen Hurts. That moment in the Super Bowl, there may have been more to that, which then carried over into the season, because as one of the sentences or one of the parts of the story says, they walked around last season, even when they were 10-1, like somebody's dog died or like everybody's dog died, because they were still thinking about how they lost a Super Bowl. And I wonder if that moment was a big part of where Jaylen Hurts was with Sirianni.
Jaylen Hurts can't stand as much as I can't stand. It's apparent. The sideline Sirianni. The look at me, look at me, look at me.
Right.
And it just doesn't, it's not something that he digs.
And Sirianni has said he's going to try to tone that down this year.
And he should tone it down. I mean, for God's sakes, especially when you're not the strategist.
Right.
And by the way, there are many great coaches who have been administrators.
Yes.
So I'm not saying that Nick Sirianni's some bozo who doesn't deserve to be a head coach. But when you are the administrator and you're not the master strategist, for God's sakes, don't feel the need to be, finding a way to make the playoff win about you.
Right.
And everybody talking about you. And hopefully that changes. I'll tell you this. Everything I know about Nick Sirianni is I sort of like a lot about him that I've heard.
Now,
so I'm hoping that that's something that continues.
I want you to think about this question during the break. And I don't want you to answer it right away. I want you to think about it, and I promise we're going to get to the text line next because there's been so much to dive into. Reading this story, are you more surprised that everyone is still here? And by everyone, I mean Nick Sirianni. Because let's face it, they're not going to move on from Jaylen Hurts. They're going to move on from the head coach first. Or are you almost prouder of the Eagles for keeping everyone at bay, everyone here, and basically making them work on it? Because there are glowing things about Nick Sirianni in this story, too.
There are absolutely. And there are things that absolutely show you. The things that piss me off about what Jaylen Hurts did last year are also attributes that make me glad that he's our quarterback.
Right, exactly. It's
just got to have a balance.
It's a weird story where you can turn this into a positive.
I certainly can. I'll tell you this. The dog in Jaylen Hurts as a leader, maybe he's a different leadership style than I certainly maybe want.
Yeah.
But the dog in him to lead, it's obviously there.
The final sentence of this story. Do I think they'll go to dinner together? Hell no, a team source said. But it can be a good working professional relationship, and I don't think it's hatred.
Brady and Belichick didn't do dining out together.
And that's all we asked for, John.
Right. Exactly.
When that lack of an answer in OTAs happened, all we asked for was a working relationship, and it seems like they're heading in that direction despite everything that happened last year. So I want you to answer that question coming up next, John, and I want to hear from the audience at 610-632-0975. What a crazy day where everything you have planned just goes out the window. Phillies won last night. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
To the huge story that dropped this morning from Tim McManus on ESPN.com about what went wrong with the Philadelphia Eagles last season. And as I said to you multiple times, John, I believe you could probably hear it in your sleep. Linebackers aren't the reason why they collapsed last year. There was something bigger to it we just hadn't known up until this point. And we found out that it's... Go ahead.
There were things we suspected.
Yes.
But we did not have confirmation.
We knew that there was disconnect between Jaylen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. Jeff McClain said it on these airwaves to us that their relationship needed to be nurtured. According to Tim McManus, it looks like nurtured wasn't strong enough of a word. It needed to be straight up fixed, or at least fixed on a professional level. And it seems like that's happening, but a lot happened last year.
It seems as if both Nick Sirianni has agreed to a different overseeing role, and that Jaylen and Nick Sirianni have found a way to hopefully get past what happened last year. Whether it's a productive personal relationship, who knows? But professionally, it appears that they've turned the page and moved on.
By the way, Tim McManus is going to be joining the best show ever coming up at 4 o'clock. We get to talk to Adam Schefter about this in about a half hour at 8. Now, I want you to answer the question I asked last segment, but I want to bring this up real quick.
Okay.
So I asked Connor during the break. I was like, what are people saying on the text line? And we got a text of basically screw the Philly media for putting out a story like this.
I told you, I said it immediately when I was reading it, that's what he was going to get.
But why?
Because
why?
They want sunshine and lollipops. Those people who say that, they want sunshine and lollipops.
But there weren't any last year.
I understand. But they can't get over the fact is they just want to believe my team's great and everything's okay and someone's trying to tear down my team. No, this is the story that was not confirmed by anyone. And they literally avoided it at every turn, telling us what went on. Now we know. And there's a lot of blame to go around.
And oh, by the way, look, you know how this industry works. Like Tim McManus didn't sit down yesterday and go, let me text a few people.
He's been working on this.
Exactly. I kind of want to know when this started, because I imagine Tim started doing some things last season when he realized things were going wrong. When Jeff McClain in real time in week 11 said this is the most miserable 10-1 team I've ever been around. Clearly there was stuff that was happening last season that the reporters probably knew that they just weren't ready to tell the story yet. This wasn't something that Tim McManus goes, people are excited about the Eagles? Let me throw a wet blanket on that and wet with kerosene and then throw a match on top. This is something that he'd been working on for a long time.
And more importantly, too, I believe that he may have beat some other people to the presses on. I guarantee you other writers were contemplating this story.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Or working this story. He just has done a great job of getting it out.
Multiple sources believe Hurts absolutely tuned out Sirianni at points last season, and that Hurts as a leader will need to improve on a habit of shutting people out when frustrated. Quote, quarterbacks need to feel coaches are superior or else they're running everything, a team source said. I wonder where you heard that before on the show. With Kellen Moore, the line of delineation has been clear to this point, according to a team source. Moore flatly corrects Hurts when he misses a read or goes to the wrong place with the ball, the source said. That, coupled with Moore's confidence in what he's teaching and the detail of his presentation, notably the increase in pre-snap motion and answers for the blitz, has helped lead to buy-in among the players, including Hurts.
And that's where the deficiencies existed with Nick Sirianni, speaking to Connor's earlier point.
Mm-hmm.
A guy like Jaylen Hurts, more than anybody, he came in, he was in two of the elite programs in college football, two of the top 5, and two of the top 5 coaches. And then he gets Nick Sirianni. And I'm not trying to diss on Nick.
No, you're not.
But he gets on a guy who doesn't have that pedigree. And I think he's going, dude, this is rudimentary to me. This is rudimentary stuff. And I think that that's something that needs to be overcome. And it appears that Jaylen Hurts is doing everything that he can to embrace the new structure, bathe in it, and maybe him and Kellen Moore, it's just They just got a better vibe between them.
Right, which is why I am trying to turn this story into a positive.
It is.
Like,
It is. Well, it is. I think the stuff we've heard from, whether it be from, when we talk to Jeff McClain, when we hear from, anybody, our own Andrew DeCecco or otherwise, it is a very positive story that has come out of it. But now we know how bad it was. It was bad.
It was bad, and that's why they had a historic collapse. Now, I'll ask you. I wanted you to think about it during the break. Does this story coming out, because you wanted Nick back.
I did.
Connor and I did not want Nick back. Does this story make you more surprised that Sirianni did keep his job? Because let's face it, we're reading this story. Howie Roseman knew this story. Like, it's not like, again.
No, Howie knew the story.
Howie's not waking up this morning going, I wonder what Tim McManus said. What are they all talking about on the radio? Howie knew the story. Does it surprise you more that Nick Sirianni is back?
When I hear a head coach that let this come like this, I would normally say, wow, he survived this? But what we also know is Howie Roseman observed how Jaylen Hurts conducted himself last year.
True.
And he didn't give Jaylen Hurts the power to say, get that guy out of here. He said, Jaylen, I guarantee you, both of these guys got talked to.
Oh, yeah.
Both of these guys, and both of these guys got told, are you freaking kidding me? This is how you're going to work together?
You've told the story, what, Arthur Blank sat down with who?
He sat down with me on the radio and said, and I was like, well, you know that Matt and the first year, Matt Ryan and Kyle Shanahan did not get along.
Right.
And I knew enough of it. Other people knew enough of it. And the owner goes, oh, yeah, I brought them both in my office. And I said, the two of you need to start conducting yourself like men.
Right.
Like grown men. Which to me is like getting taken to the principal's office with like the worst directive ever.
Right.
Start conducting yourself like grown men.
Right.
And that was it.
And we know that Lurie's hands-on. So, like,
Lurie is
who knows?
hands-on.
Maybe he did.
And
like, we don't know.
Jaylen did not. Here's the one thing. There was enough bad on Jaylen's side and enough bad on Nick's side that they didn't decide to gas Nick and to get rid of Nick. They looked at both of them and said, fix it. And to their credit, both of them appear ready to move on and to fix this thing. It's great to see.
Right. It is. And that's
great to see.
I mean, because
the silver lining in all
because this happened. This isn't happening now. Right? Now, again, I will remind you that Brian Westbrook, I think, said it perfectly, that they better get off to a hot start. Or I know you're, like you said, John, Kellen Moore is running the offense, but still, you're going to look at somebody to blame. We all do it in every walk of life. If something's not going well, you're looking at somebody to blame, and there will be probably people inside the Eagles locker room, the players that go, man, maybe they should have moved on from the head coach or something. I don't know. That might happen. So get off to a hot start. But bottom line is this is in the past. It's clearly public now. I imagine it's been worked on privately between the two of them with probably other people around them to the point where Nick Sirianni did lose a lot of his power.
Sure.
And maybe that's the best thing for this team.
Absolutely. And more importantly, though, is that it appears Nick Sirianni, again, in the very beginning of the piece by Tim McManus on ESPN.com, Nick Sirianni stood in front of everyone in the organization, and he, again, took the public blame and said, I wasn't good enough. I need to change some things up. I take responsibility for last year. That's on me. Again, I gotta respect the hell out of the guy because he knows he's not 100% to blame, but he was willing to stand up there and take 100% of the blame. And honestly, it may have been one of the conditions of him keeping his job.
Right. It may have been. So I know
Nick, own up to what you need to be better at.
Right.
And just, and tell everybody you understand it and we're moving on.
Well, look, Doug Peterson got fired because he refused to change his coaching staff. If Nick Sirianni said, no, I don't want Kellen Moore and I want it to be my offense, he's gone.
He would have been gone.
But the fact that he said, you know what, I'm willing to do whatever it takes, and I can't blame a guy who wants to keep his job. Like, can you blame him? Like,
no. But I can't get
his high-paid NFL coaching job.
I can't get over though that you die on the altar. I'll never figure it out that you die on the altar of Press Taylor.
Yeah, I know.
Like you die on the
Dougie
altar of
P.
these. That's just hubris.
Mike Groh.
Again, Mike Groh and everything. That's hubris that I'm shocked that he allowed to take him out of a head coaching job in an organization that's so much better than the one he's at.
Right.
And remember, once again, the league will tell Nobody was dying to, even though some of the other coaching positions were already filled, nobody really was dying to like line up and go, we got to have Doug Peterson. And Doug, if he doesn't have a good year this year,
we've talked about it.
He might play himself out of a head coaching job, and I don't think he'd ever get one again.
I don't know if he would.
No.
I don't know if he would. You're right.
And I don't know that he'd care, but
he might
I don't
not.
think he would.
All right. Texts are now coming in. It's not just screw Tim McManus for putting out a very great story. What do we got, Connor?
All right, so a check-in here from Lee from Delaware says, hopefully this doesn't derail this upcoming season, but it's hard to see how it will not. First sign of discourse, this is going to be brought up, and I wonder if it will be a recreation of last year's situation.
Now, here's where I'll try to, I don't want to say disagree with Lee. Here's where I'll try to help Lee out. They know this story.
Yeah, they know it.
Like, this story coming out is not something new to Nick. It's not something new to Jaylen. It's not something new to Howie or Jeff Lurie. It's probably nothing new to Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore probably sat down with Jaylen and said, hey, what can I do to make you more comfortable? Maybe they talked about some of the things that he didn't like last year.
I guarantee you all those things happened.
The locker room knows what happened last season. They did a great job at not letting us know, for better or for worse. We don't know.
Which I admire.
Yeah, they kept it at bay. Like, they kept it to the chest. So to try to help Lee out, they know the story. This isn't something that dropped and the 53-man roster will be reading it this morning before practice, and practice is going to go, it's going to be a bad practice. There's going to be fighting. They know the story. We're just finally finding out about it. All right, we continue to get more text reaction to this major story from Tim McManus on ESPN.com. And again, Adam Schefter, who probably knows a thing or two about this story, will be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock. And again, Tim McManus at 4 with the best show ever. Get more of your reaction coming up next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli on the Philadelphia Eagles.
47 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Wednesday morning. Adam Schefter will be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock. And, of course, we are going to talk to him about the big story that dropped on ESPN.com this morning from Tim McManus. And I think Jeremy Fowler was also a part of it. Yeah, it was Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler, who we have every once in a while.
That's a pretty good sourced piece.
Yeah.
That's a really good job.
What went wrong between Sirianni and Hurts last year. Again, not what went wrong with the Eagles. It was what went wrong with Sirianni and Hurts, which then led to the downfall of the Eagles, because it was those two and their poor relationship that expanded to the locker room. Like, let's face it, like, this became something where there was a part in the story where Brian Johnson felt like he had to walk a tightrope because he still wanted to have his relationship with Jaylen Hurts, but he also wanted to have a good working relationship with, let's face it, his boss, right? The head coach is his boss, however you want to phrase it.
And everybody wants to have you don't want to have a bad relationship, right?
No. So it got to the point where their butting of heads bled into the locker room. And it seems like, if we're turning this into a positive, that stuff has maybe not been fixed fully, but they found ways to work around it. Kellen Moore is now running the show offensively. Nick Sirianni and Jaylen Hurts have had little interaction publicly during training camp, according to the story with Tim McManus. We saw the golf cart ride from earlier this week.
We did.
And apparently
that seemed very staged, but
it did.
But I lapped
Whatever.
it up. I lapped it up with a lobster bib.
Right. And
I was so glad to see
before
them.
the golf cart, Tim said, of note, there was like one other interaction. It was a high five between the two. Like, you can count on one hand, apparently, how many times they've interacted publicly at training camp. So they're doing whatever they can to work on their differences. And if there's some differences that they can't work on, they found solutions, like Kellen Moore having full control of the offense.
And no more. Now, the strange thing to me, though, is the idea that I've never known a head coach and quarterback that didn't have private meetings. I honestly, everything that I've ever, and I'm talking the coaches that I watched, Dan Reeves, Mike Smith, Dan Quinn, now in Washington, I would watch how they did their teams. And I'm a little shocked at that now there always has to be that third person in the room.
Right.
And I wonder, why would there be the third person? If you and I weren't getting along, and Scott said, every meeting that we have, Connor's there.
Why do you think I am there?
Well, he's there.
Why would I immediately? I thought it was for your superior insights. But I would think it's because, hey, you go, hey, two guys aren't getting along. There's eyes and ears, too, for management to go, well, who's causing the problems?
Right, exactly. And
What's
in this
not
case,
going on?
it's both of them. In this case, it's both Nick Sirianni and Jaylen Hurts caused the problems last year, and they're trying to work on that, which I'll celebrate. All right, what do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text the show. You can call in at 610-632-0975. Again, Adam Schefter joins us at 10 minutes at 8 o'clock.
So Maria from Doylestown checks in and says, this story from Tim McManus confirms a lot of what I thought was going on last year with the Eagles. Happens in workplaces all the time. You think you know more than the supervisor. You try and do it your way. Someone comes in to mend the fences and helps rebuild a working relationship. Hopefully it plays out that way.
Yeah, hopefully it does play out that way. And I'm going to guess that it will. I'm going to guess, I'm looking at this as a positive. I'm not.
I do not. It's weird. I look at this story as a 70% positive.
Right.
I look at it as 30% going, how damn petty is Jaylen Hurts, and how stubborn to his own detriment is Nick Sirianni.
Right.
But I'm going to count on both men to grow up and learn. Jaylen Hurts is still a young man in his mid-20s. He's a young man. And I believe from everything I've ever heard about him, that he is a strong human being, that he is a guy who works his ass off and everything. So he's got so many great attributes. I'm not going to hold this against him. To me, I think this is something where I'm going, hey, okay, Jaylen learned a lesson. I don't know how many times I got called into an office or got told, you know what, you can't do, this is so good, John, you do this good, but you know what, you cannot do this.
Right.
And you learn from people. I don't think this is a red flag on either guy. Sirianni scares me worse because he's older.
It's two yellow flags. And last year they
Okay,
combined
right.
to make a red flag.
Right, yeah.
And
Right.
this year you're trying to split them up with the green flag in between. So I don't know. Does that give you a stoplight? Who knows? But that's kind of where we're at. Nothing is killer on the individual level where we don't think these guys can't move past it. But you need to have a different setup than last year.
Yeah, and they did that. They hired Kellen Moore. It looks like Sirianni's taken a step back, whether he wanted to or not. Maybe he was told to do it, and he wanted to keep his job, so he agreed to do it. Like, he may not have wanted to, he may have agreed to it. And look, this could just move forward, and we could just move on. The thing that I don't get, I go back to the text that you didn't read on the air. You just told me about it off the air, Connor, that somebody's upset with Tim McManus for screw Philadelphia media for putting the story together. Why be mad at Tim McManus, or why be mad at Joe Santoliquito? Because remember, he put out a story a couple months ago, kind of to this ilk.
No, very much to
More
this
so
ilk.
Jalen Hurts, more so like, not a smear campaign on Jalen Hurts, but it was more of like a Jalen Hurts is a problem story. But a lot of the similar stuff is said in Tim McManus' article. We're just finding out that Sirianni's also to blame. Why be angry at Tim or any media member and not be angry at the guys
Who did it?
that created the story? Like, you should be mad at Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni and say, you guys really couldn't put aside your differences and try to come up with something that would work offensively for you guys last year?
Well, you should have been mad at Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. And part of this fan base was. Like, you guys are saying you called this story, like you saw it coming. You knew what was going on. And I don't think there was 100% disagreement with you when you were saying this a month ago, 2 months ago, 5 months ago as the season was going on. It wasn't 100% disagreement.
I got to tell you, within our own building,
You're making too much of this.
we got a ton of pushback on this saying, you guys are making this out to be too much. It's not as big a deal as you're trying to make it out to be. Sure as hell it was. Yeah, it was. And it was even bigger. Honestly, this story is bigger than I thought it was. It's a bigger story than I thought it was. And by the way, with Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler being involved,
Yeah.
that is about as good as it gets.
Oh, absolutely.
It's about as good as it gets.
And then we get to ask Adam Schefter more about it coming up next. So join us. He joins us every Wednesday, 8 o'clock. He has told us to move on, John. Well, when the story drops today.
And he retweeted it this morning, so he knows
did
the
he?
story's big.
Oh, then
yes. Haley alerted us to that.
Can't wait to talk to Schefter about that coming your way next. It's Kincade Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And boy, has it been a doozy.
Well, that show sheet is going to do really well.
Well, I'm done for
on
tomorrow.
Another day.
Don't throw this out.
Well,
because
you're going to have to print me a new one.
Well,
because I write all over mine.
There's some things I'll have to change because, like, we won't be reacting to last night's Phillies game tomorrow. We'll be reacting to tonight's Phillies game tomorrow. But a lot of this Eagles stuff that I had prepared for the show, we can react to tomorrow because the show changed when we got a chance to read the story from Tim McManus, our own Tim McManus, who I love dearly.
Big fan.
I've known Tim for a long time, been working with Tim for a long time, and he has that story that comes out at 6 o'clock this morning, and it was retweeted by our next guest, who joins us at this time every single Wednesday on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. He's brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. Mr. Schefter, it's hard to move on when I see a story like that this morning.
Yeah. I figured that we'd be going backwards. I prefer to go forwards, but I got it. It's an important deal. We talked about it for a long time. Been a lot of speculation about it, and obviously, look, there's some issues there. There's no doubt about it. You could read into the piece, and it certainly seems like there was some tension between Jaylen Hurts and Nick Sirianni, and you'd like to think that, obviously, the moves they made this offseason with hiring Kellen Moore to take over the play calling, to be put into that spot now will help them, and I think everybody's got to do their part here, right? Jaylen Hurts has got to be mature about this, and the Eagles have to do the right things, but it does seem like everybody's doing what they can to try to move forward to make sure that there's not a repeat this year of what we saw last year.
And I want to make it clear, we're actually using this, Shefty, believe it or not. John and I are using this story as a positive because we do think a lot of the stuff has been put in the past. And as you just mentioned, they made the moves to try to move forward. So we are using this as a positive, but there's obviously a lot to unpack here. So I do want to ask you this. You're based off of all the years you've covered the NFL, I'm sure you've seen stories like this before. When you hear this story, does it make you more surprised that Nick Sirianni kept his job as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles?
I don't know that. Again, I think these organizations, they discuss the changes that they're going to make or not make, whether or not they want to hold on to certain people. And I think it becomes an important year for Nick Sirianni, clearly, with the idea that some of the control and leadership over the team has been an issue. It doesn't look like he's going to be calling the plays. And I say, Kellen Moore's the play caller, but who knows how much Nick will or will not be involved as the season goes on. So I know he's the head coach of the team, but in a way, they hired him to run that offense. He's not running the offense, and they need him to be a strong leader. So there are some things that become very important for Nick Sirianni this year as the Eagles head into a critical season.
Following up on what Andrew just asked you, when you've seen stories like this happen and come out, how many times have you seen the resolution of the story be a positive one?
It happens. This is just a vast generalization. This isn't even me covering the NFL. I'm just thinking back to any time in any sport, whether it's basketball or football or baseball or whatever, that you hear that there are issues between two individuals. How often do those individuals, and we're just talking generically now, we're not talking about Philadelphia or football, but how often do those particular people get past that, grow from it, learn from it, and improve from it? I'd say in my own feeling is, and I'd be curious to hear how you guys agree or disagree, they're more likely than not to get past it. But there are plenty of examples of people who do.
Yeah, I would think that the second something goes wrong, we're all going to have the same thought of, is this going to lead to some sort of issues inside the locker room between Jaylen Hurts and Nick Sirianni? I think we are all going to have that kind of reaction, which tells me, Shefty, the most important thing for the Eagles this year is to start off hot. And they better go out in Brazil. Even if they don't win, they better have a good showing against the Packers and then take care of business against the NFC South because, as you know, things can spiral quickly one way or the other in the NFL.
Yeah, well, I always feel like that first game set the tone for the season. I know it's one game, and it is just one game. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's one game, but I always like playing with a lead in terms of one loss record. I think it's just taxing to play from behind, and it just feels like that first game always sets a tone to a certain extent. And I had Brian Gutekunst, the Packers general manager, on my podcast this week, and asked him about that first game in the Heat. You could just tell that. I mean, they don't love the idea of going to Brazil, but they like it better than the alternative, which is having to play the game in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I've been complaining about that one. By the way, that is a very good interview. Everybody should check that out on Adam's podcast. It is when you look though, it has been such a favorable camp, Adam. Like the positivity coming out of Eagles camp has been sort of anti what we're used to here in Philadelphia. To me, when we're seeing the offense flow this easily, and we're hearing Vic Fangio talk about the teaching process and being very candid about players, it's a different day here. I mean, this is a absolutely different day. And how long do you usually see that it takes for these things to ramp up? Is there usually a ramp-up process when you're talking about two veteran coordinators?
Well, they know what they're doing. They've done this before. It's not new to them. So, to me, they're going to hit the ground running. I don't think that's going to be a surprise to anybody. Like, it's not like Vic Fangio stepping in and saying, okay, now how do I do this? Or Kellen Moore saying, how do I... That's not happening. I mean, they're stepping in, they're doing what they know. So that doesn't surprise me that you feel like the camp has been as positive as it is. What are they, like, they haven't lost a game yet. They haven't lost a player yet. Like, everything should be good right now. That's not a surprise to me.
We're speaking to Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline. Schefter, one of the other things we're taking away from the story, not just trying to use this as a positive that it looks like some stuff is left behind them, it also seems like both Jaylen Hurts and Nick Sirianni can be to blame. It seems like we always have to pick a side when it comes to sports. I think they're both to blame. So from your reporting and from what you read in this story from Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler, what is the biggest thing that Sirianni needs to work on, and what's the biggest thing that Jaylen Hurts needs to work on so they can put all of this behind them?
Well, I just think the communication between those two guys has to be important. Like that, you can make the argument those are two of the most, they are two of the most important people in that organization, right? If Jaylen Hurts plays the way he did 2 years ago, the team's going to have a great year. They just are. And I think that Nick Sirianni needs to be there to support him. However that is, like, they may not have had an ideal relationship last year. I don't know what it takes. Like, in any relationship, you'd like to think that people figure out, make changes to work on things to make them better, particularly in a work environment. So, I don't know. To me, in any relationship, to your point, there are going to be two sides that deserve blame. They both get some. Now let's both grow up from it, learn from it, and get better from it this year.
It's been another week, and there still seems to be turmoil in San Francisco and Dallas.
Yeah.
How big do you think the potential turmoil is, and do you think it's going to affect either of their chances to succeed this year?
Well, there's no way it doesn't impact their team right now. I mean, there's just no way. Like, Dallas has all these unresolved issues contractually, and they're not getting solved anytime soon. Like, I think it would be an upset if Dak Prescott gets a deal done this season. That doesn't mean it can't happen, but it would be an upset. You'd have to say it's more likely than not that he won't. Like, why would he do that deal with Dallas? Unless Dallas stepped in and made him a crazy offer, which, based on the way that they've behaved in terms of aggressiveness, that doesn't seem like it's going to happen. So Dak's going to play this year as the last year of his contract, getting ready to become a free agent. The CD Lamb thing, look, these things change. Like 2 nights ago, to tie together the Niners and Brandon Ayuk, like, I was told on Monday night the Steelers are out. And then I'm told midday, the Steelers are back in. And these things change, right? All the time. And CD Lamb, I don't think that's gone real well lately, from what I understand. Now, the reason I bring up the Ayuk example is because I could get a call today. Hey, Dallas and CD Lamb, hammered out some things, and he's getting ready to sign here, and he's going to be back. Now, but again, I can tell you that as of yesterday, things hadn't gone great there lately. So that could change like that, snap of a finger. So I don't buy too much into that. The bottom line is it's August 7th. We're a couple of weeks into this. No CD Lamb. Not great. Not great. Particularly when Kellen Moore's gone from there, or he was in charge of it. But they did change up their offensive coordinator stuff a little bit here. They're working on the play calling. You want to have all your guys there. Not great. All these guys in an unsettled situation. Every coach in the last year of his contract. Backfield in the last year of their contract. Trying to break into new offense. You want your guys there. He's not there. He's not there. So that's not great. And San Francisco, the left tackle not being there, Trent Williams, that to me, that's fine. No issue there. Like, that guy doesn't need to beat up his body. Don't love Christian McCaffrey with a calf. The Brandon Ayuk thing, that's a mess. I mean, that guy is looking for, everything he can get, as he should be, a player. And we'll see how that works out. But you have to think that they're going to look to move on from him. And even if he's there, he's not happy because the two sides have struggled to get a long-term deal done. So there's an Ayuk issue. There's a McCaffrey injury issue. There's a Trent Williams issue. You don't want issues. You want a nice, quiet, peaceful camp. That's it. That's it.
Absolutely.
And it has been, for the most part, here in Philadelphia, which is awesome. Shefty, Nick Sirianni, speaking of the head coach, he speaks today at 9:40, and we're assuming we'll get an answer on whether or not the Eagles will have starters play in the preseason. Their first game is this Friday against Baltimore.
Yeah.
Have you seen over the years, because obviously preseason has not been played as much from some of the starters, have you seen any sort of correlation between successful teams and whether or not they play in the preseason, or healthy teams, whether or not they play in the preseason? Or is this just something that an organization believes in and that's what they're going to do?
I've covered the sport 35 years. I've seen it done all different ways. I do not believe there is a right or wrong answer to that. It's just, I've seen teams that haven't played anybody, like the Rams that one year didn't play anybody in the preseason. They won the Super Bowl. I've seen teams go out there, not play anybody, and then week one they lose players to injury. And you're like, oh, they should have gotten guys some work. And then I see guys play teams, or I see teams play players in the preseason, and a guy gets hurt, and you're like, why are they out there? Like, in all honesty, the media's just going to look to just say, okay, well, they didn't play their guys, and then they got hurt, they made a mistake, or they played their guys and they got hurt. I don't like, my own feeling watching it is, I like limited preseason exposure. Limited, very limited. I'd err to the side of caution. That's me, but I've never coached a football team before. Just, that's me watching the sport 35 years, forming my own opinion. I would have my guys out there very little. Like, I'd have them out there maybe for a drive. They scored the touchdown, they're on the bench. And even then, I'd be holding my breath during that entire drive.
I've asked you this before a couple weeks ago. I'm going to ask you again. Now that we're really into camp, is there any team whose opinion that you had of them going into the sort of preseason and training camps and everything that maybe has shifted a little bit in the positive way or the negative way by what you've heard, seen, or otherwise?
Well, I've only been to 2 camps so far, and I've seen 3 teams. I was at the Jets camp over the weekend. I went to the Giants-Lions boxing match yesterday. So it's not going to change very much. I'm not going to hear or see much that's going to say, oh. But, again, I think you're just looking for vibes, right? Like, the 49ers vibes right now to me are not great. They're not great. The Cowboys vibes to me right now are not great. I haven't stepped foot in either camp. Maybe the people there would say, no, you're wrong. The vibes here are great. But, again, to me, you're just looking for little things in the preseason. Like, you want your players to stay healthy. You don't want there to be any issues. You want to have a nice, quiet camp, the best kind. If you can do that, then camp's going the way it should be for your team.
Shefty, you're the man. We appreciate it. I hope you're proud of us for turning this story into a positive.
We did.
I am. I'm very proud of you, and obviously, we're trying to move on to the new year. We kept getting dragged back to the last year. I understand in this case why we did, and hopefully now we can begin looking ahead to 2024 Friday night, Green Bay Packers and Philadelphia Eagles in Brazil.
In Brazil, which was still a stupid decision. Very stupid decision.
John's not very happy about it, and hasn't been very happy about it. Even before your podcast, which was great.
Well, by the way, it was a really good listen on that.
It was. So we got to check that out.
They don't seem thrilled either, though.
No, but they don't want to be in Philadelphia.
Yeah, exactly. They get the advantage of the situation. We do not. Good job, Adam.
Absolutely. Shefty, we appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you again next week.
You guys have a great week. We'll talk to you next Wednesday.
Thank you,
there
buddy.
he is, Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landispc.com.
Gotta listen to it. You can hear the Packers aren't thrilled either.
They're not thrilled to have to go to Brazil, but they're thrilled.
No, they're thrilled because
they're not playing in the link.
Because they gained an advantage that they in their biggest game. By the way, their biggest game of the year, as they point out, they gained an advantage.
Hey, they can still get their ass whooped in any country. North America,
Thank
South
you, Jeffrey
America.
Lurie.
Right.
Appreciate it. You've done a lot of great things, Mr. Lurie. This is not one of them.
We'll beat them anywhere.
You think Shefty knew some of the stuff that
I think he knew. Yeah, he did.
You think he knew some of the stuff?
I think he held out on us. Son of a.
Because he was prepared.
He was.
He was prepared to talk. It was like the Jaylen Hurts first question of training camp. He was prepared to. He knew what was coming his way. Shefty knew what was coming his way today. All right, we'll dive deeper into the story as the show goes on. It's still only the 8 o'clock hour, but it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Are you going to tell us about this Jaylen Hurts, Nick Sirianni story?
Actually, believe it or not, new article from Tim McManus this morning at 6 a.m. There was something that happened last night, and we haven't had a chance to get into it. I don't blame you guys because I know this is a huge story, but this happened as well.
And now Outman up for the first time. Popped up outside of third, foul territory. Bohm is under it. Waits, makes the catch, and the Phillies have won the season series against the Dodgers as they win tonight by a final score of 6-2 and get a much-needed victory.
Humor me. Give me like a couple minutes of baseball talk here.
That was a much-needed victory.
Much-needed victory. As I said, I didn't want to go into, with all due respect to Tyler Phillips, the Tyler Phillips start avoiding a sweep. So that win last night was very important.
And again, winning the season series. I like the fact that you leave LA. You know you're going to leave LA still ahead of them. And you also have won the season series, so if they end up tied, you're going to take that home field advantage from them.
Two things that I want to point out that we didn't get a chance to because of this story. I mean, it's on the show sheet, right? Brandon Marsh looks like he's being given the everyday starting center fielder job.
About time.
Because now that's, 2 lefty starters that he's started against,
I think it's
right? 2 lefty starters. And even though he wasn't great, they're keeping him in the ball game. That is something that I took away from last night. Also, Edmundo Sosa, does he keep getting opportunities? I know the home run happened against a right-handed pitcher, but you know what, man? He had a big game yesterday.
He really did. And look, he's a better hitter than Bryson Stott.
This season.
Now.
Yes,
no,
this
season. That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about history. We're not talking. No, in history, he's a better hitter than Bryson Stott. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you could say that.
Is. No, he is. He is.
You're
a better hitter.
You're creating a bigger argument than we need to.
Didn't he hit like 150?
Right now, we are.
In your opinion, I am. I'm just saying is that
with the Cardinals,
he was a 189
hitter.
Yeah, he was a 189 hitter.
He's had games where it absolutely.
Yes, and right now he's better.
This year he's been distinctly better.
I'm not saying everyday starter.
No, not at all.
Is this getting to a point? Because Stott has struggled and Stott has not played well against left-handed pitching. Are we getting to a point? I brought this up 2 weeks ago. Are we getting to a point where we might see them platoon? It's not long ago that they did this. 2 years ago. The year they went to the World Series.
Why wouldn't you? Bryson Stott hasn't done anything to deserve to be able to have 162 games to work through something. He hasn't earned that. His glove is fantastic.
Yes. I don't think Sosa's is bad.
No, I mean, if it's all about the glove, then you'd give more patience with a guy like Rojas.
Connor, are you platooning Sosa and Stott?
Yes, but the reason you wouldn't is because the ceiling of this team is reached with Bryson Stott at second base, not Edmundo Sosa. So if you believe mentally you're going to lose a guy that you could potentially get back at some point this year by platooning him, confidence-wise, that would be why you don't do it.
Is he playing with confidence as the everyday starter right now?
Are you going to give him more by making him not the everyday starter?
I can't worry about if his fragile ego is going to be upset.
Don't do the fragile ego
No,
thing.
you know what? But here's the deal, Connor. I would rather, just like the Johan Rojas thing, I didn't want him to get set down at some point, so I wanted him to start the season in the minor leagues. If you all of a sudden, game one of the playoffs, go to Bryson Stott and go, sorry, man, left-handed pitcher, you're sitting the first game of the playoffs. I'd rather them do this now in August.
I got you if you're going to. Or if you believe he's going to come out of it, you keep him. So it depends what you believe he's going to be for the rest of the season.
I would love to dive deeper into the Phillies. We will as this week continues. But we're reacting to this story from Tim McManus on ESPN.com. We'll get more into it coming up next. Would love to get your reaction to it at 610-632-0975. We're turning this into a positive. But we finally got an answer of what the hell went wrong last season. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A chance for a series win? I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Christian Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Another chilly shower? Well, the plumbing experts at Christian have the fix. A tankless water heater upgrade and save $400 instantly on installation. Call 833-842-1989. Get endless hot showers. Yes, you heard me. The Phillies actually have a chance for a series win tonight against the Dodgers. This comes on the heels of their victory last night in LA, a 6-2 win that saw Christopher Sanchez go 6 innings of 1-run ball in his start and total of a 14-hit night for the Philadelphia Phillies offense. Game 3 tonight will be on the shoulders of Tyler Phillips, who will be on the mound facing off against Gavin Stone. 10:10 p.m. the time for first pitch. The Eagles are coming up on their first action of the preseason. Preseason game 1's Friday in Baltimore against
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
What a morning.
It's been a crazy morning. I thank Tim McManus for the content. Not that we didn't have stuff prepared. We have plenty prepared, but this story drops at 6 o'clock. The headline, can Jaylen Hurts and Nick Sirianni move on from a tense 2023? A Super Bowl might depend on it. You and I both agree that's a strongly worded headline that probably was not written by Tim. It was a headline
Why
writer.
is that a strongly worded headline?
If they go to the NFC Championship game,
it's not a failure.
And lose to the 49ers by a field goal.
This team wins 12 or 13 games, wins a playoff game or two.
And Jaylen Hurts has career numbers.
You're not
He's not saying it might depend on a Super Bowl, like Sirianni's gone or Hurts is gone if they don't win the Super Bowl. But this is a Super Bowl expectation season. So whether or not this has worked out, a Super Bowl does depend on it.
You know what's funny is, Connor, I meet a lot of people who don't believe this is like a Super Bowl
or bust. We've not said it. SB or
we
B.
do not say it.
We have not said it.
I got to tell you, the more people I talk to are more in the realm of, they're going to be like 11 or 12 wins. Let's see how it plays out.
No. I'm not saying Super Bowl or bust, but I'm saying it's a possibility. And if they don't have this figured out, it's not.
But it appears that things are looking on the up.
Yeah,
this has gone well.
I'll say this though, to your point, Connor. If Jaylen Hurts or Nick Sirianni, because again, if you're just tuning in, this article clearly says it tells the story of what happened last year, what went wrong last year, and it's both of their fault. It's not whose side are you on, Hurts or Sirianni, 6-1-0. No, they're both to blame. They both had their issues, stubbornness, pettiness, whatever you want to call it, for each individual involved. They both had their issues. If one of the two was coming into this season and said, if we don't win the Super Bowl, then I don't respect the other, that's a lot. That's like if me and John, who we just started the show, you included Connor and Haley and Brendan, we would love to be number one in the market, right? This show is 5 months old. If I said, hey, we better be number one come December or I'm out. It's crazy talk.
But the thing is that set realistic goals and ambitions, but one of them should never be that people come to work and act like adults. And last year, Nick Sirianni and Jaylen Hurts
both
did not act like adults. And to me, that's completely unacceptable. But I see in business all the time, and I roll my eyes and go, for God's sakes, it's like, this is childish crap that has to stop.
Yeah, and it looks like it has stopped, and that's great. Now, I do want to do this. So Tim McManus was on Get Up this morning with Greeny.
Yes.
So Tim McManus now making the rounds because of the big story that dropped this morning. And if you haven't had a chance to read it, it is a great read. You should read it. It's also a long story. So, maybe if you haven't read it yet, wait till your lunch break or something. You don't want distractions. You want to be able to read this in full. Tim McManus kind of summarized the story with Greeny on Get Up this morning, and there's a little bit more that we'll get into in a little bit, but take a listen to his summarization of the story.
Signs of those disconnect that we detailed throughout the story. One of them being that Jaylen Hurts would instruct his playmakers at times to do things that weren't in the game plan. There's a classic example of this late in the season against Seattle. The Eagles down 3. They just need a field goal and an intermediate completion. Instead, Hurts goes deep to A.J. Brown, intercepted, game over. Brown later admitting that they went on their own in that. And a team source said essentially that he wanted to add to what was being taught. It wasn't quite enough. We know that there was a difference in visions between Hurts and Sirianni when it comes to the offense. And essentially what would happen was that Hurts would want to go in one direction and Sirianni another. And the worse things got, the tighter their grips became. So Hurts wanted to take more control of the offense, and so did Sirianni. Remember, they're coming off of a Super Bowl campaign. So from Sirianni's point of view, they just went toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes, almost won the Super Bowl, and wants to keep things status quo. And meanwhile, Hurts and offensive coordinator Brian Johnson wanted to get more multiple, and they wanted to evolve the offense. So you put all those things together, it creates conflict, and it helps illustrate why they collapsed and went 1-6 down the stretch.
So there's Tim kind of diving deeper into it. Now, John,
great explanation.
You and I have been trying to turn this into a positive.
Yes,
right?
I really not. And you know what though is I don't think there's a lot of effort involved.
Right. No, because it seems like everything's behind them.
Correct.
It seems like everything's behind them, and that's why
it does.
like as frustrating as it is to read the story, because it's like if your best friend is doing something stupid. You just want to smack him upside the head and be like, just stop it. Like, stop doing that. I want to smack Jaylen Hurts and I want to smack Nick Sirianni and be like, you guys really peed away a deep playoff run season.
A 10-1 season.
Because of your differences?
Egos.
What's wrong with you guys? Like, I want to grab them by the head, put their heads together like they're coconuts, right? Like, come on.
But you have an inexperienced quarterback who wasn't long for the NFL enough.
Yep.
And an inexperienced head coach who wasn't long for the NFL enough.
Whose coordinators were inexperienced.
Exactly. And I'll tell you, I just go back to it, and again, it's because I've gotten a lot of stuff wrong from the minute that they told that they were going with those two inexperienced coordinators. I hated it. Absolutely hated it. I thought it was going to be a problem.
And it was.
And I also thought having the oldest, cornerback tandem in the NFL and re-upping both of them was a mistake. There were just a lot of things that I didn't like. And now, though, I do see this as a positive. I see this as a positive story because I do believe that we now know, and both of them appear to have moved on.
So, we're taking it as a positive, correct?
Correct.
There might be vultures circling right now.
What?
So Tim McManus, who will be joining the best show ever at 4 o'clock today.
I'm not missing it.
Will be able to expand on a lot more because let's face it, when you're on Get Up, if you watch any of these shows, they're usually on for like 2 to 3 minutes. They're not, and half of it's the questioning. It's not even the answer. So Tim will be on for 10 plus minutes with the best show ever today to talk more about the story. Here's Tim McManus talking about maybe some vultures circling right now.
I would say it's significant. I mean, here are the facts. Number one, both of his coordinators were fired. So whatever safety netting there was, it is now gone. Number two, the expectations in Philadelphia right now are sky high. General Manager Howie Roseman arguably has assembled the best skill position group in team history when you consider Hurts and now Saquon Barkley to go with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. And so all of a sudden, the fan base is thinking Super Bowl once again. And talking with people who have a close eye on the coaching carousel, some people already have Philadelphia circled as an opening for next season if the Eagles don't have a very successful season. So no question about it, the pressure is on.
So there's already people keeping an eye on the Eagles.
Okay.
And this Bill Belichick story that's been brought up numerous times. We talked about Mike Vrabel somehow still being available.
Vrabel. I hear these names. I don't want either one of those guys. Bill Belichick, I'm sorry. I don't want a 73-year-old head coach under any circumstances.
Gotcha.
None. And a guy who has had very little success at and there's no way he's coming into an organization and having no say over personnel.
Right.
None.
Right.
Mike Vrabel, I don't want to take a step back into sort of meathead football. And he is a meathead football guy.
Seems like it.
I want a new age type of approach. I do not want meathead.
Right, those are just the first two names I thought of.
No, but those are names. Those are names that were out that are both out there.
Hey, didn't Ben Johnson not like the crop of people that were the teams that were available?
Correct.
Wasn't he a highly sought after coaching candidate?
I would absolutely if Detroit goes out and has another spectacular year, I would absolutely lean in that direction 100 times out of 100. And bring in a crotchety old defensive coordinator. Hey, Vic Fangio still wanted to be here, and he showed improvement. There ain't any way that I want, going Patriots way.
No, that's fine. But
and our TVs are flipping out.
But there are there's vultures.
Yeah, there are. Because
vultures.
it's a great job.
Yeah, it is because of this offense. Like you heard Tim. Like what Tim is saying is factually correct. Like this offense is. You could make a case the most historic offense in terms of talent. It's all on paper. I get that. And with Kellen Moore's offensive mind, it's probably going to go great for the team this year. But there's going to be coaching candidates that are looking at this team and go, man, if that doesn't work out for Sirianni there, I would love that job. Now, you could say that about a lot of teams. You could say that about Baltimore. Like, I'm sure there are people that would love to have the Baltimore Ravens job. But there's no whispers of John Harbaugh losing it.
No. Well, no, by the way, he's almost lost his job twice.
I know, a couple times.
John Harbaugh.
And one of them was after Doug Peterson's first year, and I would have fired Doug Peterson on the spot to hire John Harbaugh. I'm glad it didn't happen because Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl. So we're getting more reaction. Let's go to the phones. We'll get to some texts as well, reacting to this story from Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler on ESPN.com that told you exactly what went wrong last year and how it seems like they're working on it. But now we're finding out more from Tim that there's going to be people on the outside paying close attention about future openings. Let's go to Brian in Dallas. Brian, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
How are
What's
you?
going on, bud?
I'm doing well. Hey, so quick question. I wanted to hear you guys' thoughts on, is it even possible? I mean, I know it's possible, but Nick Sirianni coming back last year, obviously we have a repeat of don't do well. I think he's gone, right? But if we do well, extremely well, right? Let's just say we go to the NFC Championship, right? You can't risk, do you agree you can't risk Kellen Moore going somewhere else? I mean, we haven't had a lot of success with Sirianni when he's fully in control of the offense, and I don't really see that changing. So was it really, really like a good chance that no matter how we fare next year, particularly if we do well, that he's even back?
Sirianni?
If you have a great year and the offense is great, Sirianni's not going anywhere, and Kellen Moore very well may be gone to be a head coach somewhere.
And then you try to find somebody
do you
that.
risk that? No, I'm saying, do you risk? I mean, I'm just look at just for the last 3 years. I'm really asking. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just asking.
I got you. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So I mean, are we willing to risk that? I mean, would you if you were in Howie's position? Would you really be willing? Because when you look at Nick Sirianni's track record, whenever he's been completely in control of offense, we've been average at best.
Brian, tell me
last year.
Tell me where you give me the hypothetical of where the Eagles season ends. Like, tell me about it. Give me a hypothetical.
Right now, and I have the advantage of seeing Kellen Moore up front.
Okay.
First, unfortunately, being down here. I really think we're like 12 and 4. I mean, 12 and
5.
13 and 4.
Okay.
I really do.
And where does the season end?
Oh, all right. I'm a homer though, but yeah. I said we have to be at worst NFC Championship.
Then Nick Sirianni's
not going anywhere. And thanks for the call, Brian.
He's not going anywhere.
I hear what he's saying. If the offense is great, you're going to lose your offensive coordinator.
You are.
But here's the deal: the offense would have already been instilled. Nick Sirianni, it's not like Sirianni doesn't know what's going on.
Right, exactly.
He's just not in the meeting rooms, but he knows the offense. And you'd probably hire a coach
that is would become part of the tree.
Right.
Yeah, and Sirianni would never be too stubborn to do things his way in spite of what works.
Well,
Connor.
Or is that exactly what he did last year?
Go to the negative corner.
Dude, if they have a good year, there's no way they would get rid of Sirianni.
No way
There's
at
no way.
all.
All right, we'll continue this discussion. We get your text messages coming up next. What a show. What a day. Thank you, Tim McManus. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Fanatic on this beautiful Wednesday morning. Still to come on today's show, Nick Sirianni will be speaking to the media at 9:40 today. I am curious if the story is brought up. I remember.
Whoa. Really?
I'm just curious because I remember when the Tim story came out the day of the playoff game. I think Nick was asked about it like after the season had just ended.
But it was the last game.
Right. So they had it was their last chance to talk to him after the game had ended. I don't know if this story is brought up today. Does somebody ask once again?
It's sort of negligent if it isn't asked.
Yeah,
it's flat out negligent if it isn't asked.
But they also put it to bed. And you yourself, John, has said Sirianni should make it clear that last year is last year. He doesn't want to talk about last year.
That's fine, but you still have to. Somebody has to ask the question and make them say that.
Right.
I mean, that's journalism 101.
All right,
it'd be
somebody
crazy.
has to ask them.
You're right. It'd be crazy if someone doesn't bring it up.
So Nick Sirianni speaks at 9:40. We'll also, I think, find out today because he's not scheduled to speak the rest of the week. We'll find out today if the starters are playing in the preseason, which is something else I would like to see.
To a point we all want to see.
Yeah, Schefter said it best. Like, if I were to play my starters, I would play them very limited. Same. I'm not asking for Hurts to go out there for 6 possessions. Like, I just want him to go out there and throw the football a few times in this new offense, and I want him to play in week 1 prepared, unlike last year where they were clearly unprepared offensively going up against the New England Patriots.
Yes, and I think that's a fair and balanced assessment of what needs to happen.
That's
now,
all.
are you guys able to, because Schefter brought this up as well in the interview, and we've talked about this before, how the success of Sirianni's teams have been good early on in the season. Now, it's hard to determine one way or another what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, he said there is no right or wrong answer.
Right. If they choose not to, is it like, why in the world are they not playing the starters?
If they choose not to, I will say this. All right, the track record tells me that they've been successful the first month of the season. But I do not want to hear a single excuse from Sirianni, Hurts, Moore, Howie, Joe at the hoagie shop, Connor, John, Andrew, Bill, Ray, Amy.
Anybody else?
We've got the
Haley
names.
and Brendan.
I don't want to hear anybody say, well, they didn't get to play in the preseason, so it's a continuation of the preseason.
I don't want to hear it either.
I don't want to hear that because you made your bed. If you decide to not play in the preseason, not to give your team some reps, game speed reps, joint practices are still a controlled environment. If you don't give your teammates or your players an opportunity, Jaylen Hurts is reading the blitz this year. Jalen Hurts, Jason Kelsey's no longer calling out the blitz. Jalen Hurts is the one that's doing it. You better not give me any freaking excuse about patience and all that kind of stuff if you decide that you do not want to play your players in the preseason.
And I think that is something that we will watch. I think Vic Fangio let the cat out of the bag yesterday.
I think he did.
Vic Fangio wants them to play in the preseason, and Vic Fangio is going to get I'll guarantee it. He's going to get his way. There's no way Vic Fangio said that behind an open microphone, and Nick Sirianni's going to go, no, we're not playing the starters.
Right.
No way.
All right, what do we have on the text line there, Connor? We'll hit it heavier on the other side.
We have a 9 o'clock hour. Text hour.
Also, at 9:10, you'll hear the 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter.
Wow.
If you missed it, Schefter was on, and he knew about the story. He told us to move on about a month ago. He knew the story was coming out today. He reacted to the story. You'll hear the 5 best minutes from Adam Schefter in response to Tim McManus' story about what went wrong last year and how it was Jaylen Hurts and Nick Sirianni equally to blame. Don't pick sides on this one. Just blame them both. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phillies with a big win.
97.5 The Fanatic on this Wednesday morning. Hey, by the way, tomorrow at noon, make sure you listen to Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn and maybe Amy tomorrow. I know she's not in today for the next online ticket rate. So tomorrow at noon, go to 975thefanatic.com to score your pair of tickets for FanFest, which is all of a sudden, 6 weeks away? Mr. Kincade calendar
Let
over
me
here.
get the countdown calendar.
Saturday, September 28th.
We are 52 days away from FanFest, 30 days from the Birds opener.
Also, we're under 30 till football.
We are 30 days from the Birds
29
opener.
is Chiefs Ravens.
And we are 91 days from being delivered from all of the obnoxious, stupid election ads.
Yes,
That's even better.
That would be fun to be done with. By the way, it's Andrew DeCecco being with Bill tomorrow, so make sure you listen to them.
He'll still join us for his weekly call.
Damn right he will.
But he'll be on. I told him so.
He better, man.
I told him, I said, don't start feeling all full of yourself.
Look, he's got duties that he still has to do. All right,
said
at
duty.
9:10, we will play the 5 best minutes from Adam Schefter. Schefter was on with us earlier today, and we talked a lot about the Tim McManus, Jeremy Fowler article that came out this morning about what went wrong last year. I love that nobody should pick sides. Like, nobody should pick sides, right?
There's enough blame to go around that you shouldn't be picking sides.
I believe somebody will. I believe somebody's going to host a show, a podcast, write an article, write a blog where somebody's going to pick a side, right? I know it's going to happen. We collectively, I think, are agreeing to not pick a side. Connor, are you siding more with Hurts? I think it seems like you're siding more with Hurts.
Not really. Like, I understand. Here's the thing, right? When players rebel against coaches, sometimes that shows immaturity. But sometimes if I don't believe in the coach, I can understand why the player's doing that. Like, normally on the NFL level, I would say, dude, trust your coach. They're in that position for a reason.
Right.
But we know that Nick Sirianni has not shown himself to be a competent offensive mind at the NFL level. So if a guy who's had all this success as a quarterback wants to question that, I'm going to be annoyed by it less. But I'm not picking a side. I'm just saying, like, normally I would be fully on the coach's side in this.
Right.
I'd be like, yo, dude, I'm coaching. Listen
But I think collectively in this story, it's both are to blame.
And
Absolutely.
imagine, and I just answered buddy Jody from Phoenix, who does sports talk radio there on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine letting a 10-1 season go into a ditch because the head coach is too stubborn and the quarterback is just like, well, I'm going to show him and I'm just going to do my own thing and freelance and go off the script. Imagine being that petty. The two of them should be ashamed of themselves
On the
for
other
what they
hand-
allowed to happen.
On the other hand, imagine having a 10-1 season in that type of environment.
I don't understand.
Starting off 10-1 with that type of environment between your head coach and your quarterback, and now we believe
Oh,
that's
you mean-
rectified? Could you imagine how good this team could be?
That's why I think
But
this
that
team
makes
is-
me angry
It makes
that
me
they
angry
waste,
they
they
did that.
peed away a
Yep.
season.
Yeah,
They
but I don't
peed it
live
away.
like that. And that's what, like, that's
I
where
will.
a lot of people are.
I will.
That's
Yeah.
where a lot of this fan base is, and that's where all the whole move on conversation comes from, because I don't live like that. Sure, shouldn't have happened. Whatever. Can't do anything about it now. Why can this team be great this year?
Right, and Lowell checks in.
got you.
He says, what year is this, 2023 or 24? We know what happened last season.
We
Why
did-
rehash it? Which we didn't.
We did not, and I keep saying that to people.
I know. I saw a couple. You
did
tweeted a couple people.
We did not know what happened. We did not know these facts. If you claim you knew them, I heard a podcast that said this. We did not know.
Up until today, we were picking sides.
And
Right?
look, we had a feud with the best show ever over this.
Yes, we had to sign
over
a
how
peace-
much of
we
a
had to sign a
deal we
peace
were
treaty.
making it. Now I feel that this totally, absolutely confirms that it was a big deal. But we love the best show ever and are very proud to, not have that peace treaty still in place.
Dude, the players or whoever sources agree with us when they say, "Do I think
multiple
they will go to
sources.
dinner together?" Hell no, but it can be a good working professional relationship, and I don't think it's hatred. There's people saying that if you don't believe, in the head coach, you're going to walk around doing whatever you want, and that's not something that the other players were doing last year. This was a Hurts and Sirianni beef,
and this is one where a stubborn guy and a headstrong quarterback were just not going to cooperate with each other. And they were going to purposely, and by the way, they were purposely trying to sabotage each other. When you go to Wink Martindale
yeah, that would
and say, hey, Wink, Tell us where our offense. You just left the Giants. Tell us where our offense sucked. And you're undermining your head coach. That's out of line. I'm sorry, it's out of line. It just isn't right.
Like I don't think what he did is crazy. Like
no.
But Jaylen also knew that the offense wasn't going to change. Like his conversation with Wink Martindale was not going to change what the game plan was going to be against Todd Bowles and the Bucs in the playoff game.
And it just is to me.
And I'm sure that got back to Nick at some point.
And plus, you have Nick Sirianni preparing for a playoff game. You have Jaylen Hurts preparing for a playoff game, and they're working against each other. They're not working together. They're not working in tandem. You got Jaylen freelancing on his own plan, and it just is these. But again, the whole thing being confirmed about Jaylen and the what went on in Seattle just is it's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad.
But it looks like it's behind them, and that's why we're turning this into a positive. So what do we have on the text line there, Connor? Again, Adam Schefter will play the 5 best minutes at 9:10.
All right, we have a check-in here that says, Nick just should not be here. If the Moore-led offense does what we expect, why on earth should the Eagles potentially let him walk for a head coaching job and keep Nick? Very similar to that conversation we were having before.
I know, yeah, John.
No. Say what
No, it's like you can't.
You're not firing the head coach.
You can't fire that.
4 years in the playoffs. If this team has another great season, you're not firing the head coach. What I would say is this. By my count, and I do not know that this is correct, he's had 6 head coaching interviews.
Who else? Kellen Moore?
Kellen Moore.
He's not been hired. There's something about Kellen Moore that people are waiting to see or want to see him improve on, or other than that.
He could be an OC lifer for all we know.
Nick Sirianni's had 1 head coaching job and got it and has been to a Super Bowl. Believe me, I'm not throwing shade on Kellen Moore. I'm a huge fan of Kellen Moore. But the whole story has to be told. By my count, I believe he's had 6 interviews, and he's never been hired. Something maybe is, maybe he's stubborn. Maybe what he wants. Maybe he's being like Ben McDonald. Or
right.
Is it Ben Johnson?
Ben Johnson, yeah.
Not the pitcher, Ben McDonald. He's trying to, he wants the perfect situation. That could be too. Well, I'm just saying.
Here's the weird part about this, and this is the only thing that worries me looking forward. Like, I can leave all of this behind besides one thing. If you need a mediator constantly between coach and quarterback, that makes stability almost impossible for a successful team. We've talked about this, right? If you win, your coordinators get poached. If your coordinators are the most important part of this equation and they get poached every time you're successful, you're going to either have to refill that role successfully every year, or you're going to have good year, bad year. Good year, bad year. And that's just not a sustainable thing for a team that you want to see successful year in and year out.
No, you don't. So I don't, look, I don't think what people are saying is crazy. It's just, I think optics-wise, you can't do it.
No, I got you. I'm just saying, that's why this situation with Sirianni and Hurts still could be a bit of something to keep an eye on, because if you're going to need a coordinator every single year to mediate between these guys, that's going to be an issue.
Okay.
Okay, and I fully understand where you're coming from there. But it could be that Kellen Moore doesn't get a head coaching job again.
Could be.
Could be that he waits for the perfect opportunity. I'm not going to worry about, there is a Jamaican saying of not borrowing trouble. I am not going to borrow trouble. My wife says I do it all the time.
Okay. You do it a lot.
Like she goes, do not borrow trouble. Do not look at what the possible trouble is. Do your plan, live your plan. Don't worry so much about what could potentially be bad down the road.
Right. All right, give us another text before we play the 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter.
All right, we have a check-in from Mike from Darby, who he's clearly in the why this story, why now. He says, why release that story now when the energy around the Birds is high? Last year is last year, and we need to let it go. Who cares at this point? New team, new year. I'm annoyed that story came out.
This is the one thing that I think people have a hard time grasping, because it's the exact same reaction the day of the playoff game. A team that was dead, by the way. Did anyone really feel good about the Eagles going into the Buccaneers game? That team was dead. But there were people that were bothered. Oh, why the timing of this story? Tim McManus is not a fan of the Eagles.
He's not an Eagles employee. He's not in the PR department. He's not a fan. He's doing his freaking job. I can't imagine. I'm old enough. You guys are not. I remember the days of this town with Ray Didinger as a guy with his eyeballs on this team every day. The Stan Hockmans, the greatest reporters we've ever known. The fact that someone would even say that with the reporters that we had in this town and the reporters we have now, they don't understand the job, what the job of a journalist is. And the job of a journalist is do exactly what Tim McManus and also, too, Jeremy Fowler did in this story.
Yeah, and once more, Tim McManus didn't have some evil plot to be
more importantly,
let me screw over the Eagles or something.
Come on now, stop.
And I keep on saying this, and I hope the texter who sent that in can just realize, and I said this to, I forget who it was earlier that texted something similar to that ilk. They knew the story. This is not new. It's new to us, the finer details. We knew that there was beef. We now know more detail. Every player that was in the locker room last year that is in the locker room this season knew the beef. All right? Hurts and Sirianni knew the beef. Howie
They
Roseman
most likely did.
knew the beef.
Yeah, they did.
Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio may have been told about said beef. Hey, how can we fix what we did wrong last year? So I don't think that story is going to all of a sudden hurt the Eagles.
Here's the thing, right? Let's look at it like a relationship. If you're in a relationship and you and your partner have an issue and you have dealt with it between the two of you, and then everybody in the town that you live in finds out about it and brings it up, that is going to make it more difficult, whether you guys have moved past it or not.
That is the truth. And I don't expect them, look, I expect the reporters and the great journalists in this city to uncover this story. We now know, and we know now the details. Got to tell you, this story is, and I try every time I'm healthy. I'm at the stadium. I'm there on game day. I am in the press box of this. This story's worse than I had sort of even heard.
Oh, there's more than what we expected.
This is worse than I expected. But I also believe both guys can rebound from this and be successful.
And that's why they're both still here.
And I believe that's what they think.
All right, we'll get to more texts coming up in a little bit, but here's the 5 best minutes from Adam Schefter. Earlier today, he joins us every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. And, of course, today he reacted to this story from Tim McManus on ESPN.com. The show changed when we got a chance to read the story from Tim McManus. I mean, he has that story that comes out at 6 o'clock this morning, and it was retweeted by our next guest. Mr. Schefter, it's hard to move on when I see a story like that this morning.
Yeah, I figured that we'd be going backwards. I prefer to go forwards, but I got it. It's an important deal. We talked about it for a long time. Been a lot of speculation about it. And obviously, look, there's some issues there. There's no doubt about it. You could read into the piece, and it certainly seems like there was some tension between Jaylen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. And you'd like to think that, obviously, the moves they made this offseason with hiring Kellen Moore to take over the play calling, to be put into that spot now will help them. And I think everybody's got to do their part here, right? Jaylen Hurts has got to be mature about this, and the Eagles have to do the right things. But it does seem like everybody's doing what they can to try to move forward to make sure that there's not a repeat this year of what we saw last year.
And I want to make it clear, we're actually using this, Shefty, believe it or not. John and I are using this story as a positive because we do think a lot of the stuff has been put in the past. And as you just mentioned, they made the moves to try to move forward. So we are using this as a positive, but there's obviously a lot to unpack here. So I do want to ask you this. Based off of all the years you've covered the NFL, I'm sure you've seen stories like this before. When you hear this story, does it make you more surprised that Nick Sirianni kept his job as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles?
I don't know that. Again, I think these organizations, they discuss the changes that they're going to make or not make, whether or not they want to hold on to certain people. And I think it becomes an important year for Nick Sirianni, clearly, with the idea that some of the control and leadership over the team has been an issue. Doesn't look like he's going to be calling the plays. And I say, Kellen Moore's the play caller, but who knows how much Nick will or will not be involved as the season goes on. So I know he's the head coach of the team, but in a way, they hired him to run that offense. He's not running the offense, and they need him to be a strong leader. So there are some things that become very important for Nick Sirianni this year as the Eagles head into a critical season.
Following up on what Andrew just asked you, when you've seen stories like this happen and come out, how many times have you seen the resolution of the story be a positive one?
It happens. I mean, it's just a vast generalization. This isn't even me covering the NFL. I'm just thinking back to any time in any sport, whether it's basketball or football or baseball or whatever, that you hear that there are issues between two individuals. How often do those individuals, and we're just talking generically now, we're not talking about Philadelphia or football, but how often do those particular people get past that, grow from it, learn from it, and improve from it. I'd say in my own feeling is, and I'd be curious to hear how you guys agree or disagree, they're more likely than not to get past it. But there are plenty of examples of people who do.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that the second something goes wrong, we're all going to have the same thought of, is this going to lead to some sort of issues inside the locker room between Jaylen Hurts and Nick Sirianni? I think we are all going to have that kind of reaction, which tells me, Schefter, the most important thing for the Eagles this year is to start off hot, and they better go out in Brazil. Even if they don't win, they better have a good showing against the Packers and then take care of business against the NFC South because, as you know, things can spiral quickly one way or the other in the NFL.
Yeah, well, I always feel like that first game set the tone for the season. I know it's one game, and it is just one game. I said it before, I'll say it again. Like, it's one game, but I always like playing with a lead in terms of one loss. I think it's just taxing to play from behind, and it just feels like that first game always sets a tone to a certain extent.
When you look, though, it has been such a favorable camp, Adam. Like, the positivity coming out of Eagles camp has been sort of anti what we're used to here in Philadelphia. To me, when we're seeing the offense flow this easily, and we're hearing Vic Fangio talk about the teaching process and being very candid about players, it's a different day here. I mean, this is a absolutely different day. And how long do you usually see that it takes for these things to ramp up? Is there usually a ramp-up process when you're talking about two veteran coordinators?
Well, they know what they're doing. They've done this before. It's not new to them. So, to me, they're going to hit the ground running. I don't think that's going to be a surprise to anybody. Like, it's not like Vic Fangio stepping in and saying, okay, now how do I do this? Or Kellen Moore saying, that's not happening. I mean, they're stepping in, they're doing what they know. So that doesn't surprise me that you feel like the camp has been as positive as it is. What is it? Like, they haven't lost a game yet. They haven't lost a player yet. Like, everything should be good right now. That's not a surprise to me.
Schefter, Nick Sirianni speaks today at 9:40, and we're assuming we'll get an answer on whether or not the Eagles will have starters play in the preseason. Their first game is this Friday against Baltimore.
Yeah.
Have you seen over the years, because obviously preseason has not been played as much from some of the starters, have you seen any sort of correlation between successful teams and whether or not they play in the preseason, or healthy teams, whether or not they play in the preseason? Or is this just something that an organization believes in and that's what they're going to do?
I've covered the sport 35 years. I've seen it done all different ways. I do not believe there is a right or wrong answer to that. It's just, I've seen teams that haven't played anybody, like the Rams that one year didn't play anybody in the preseason. They won the Super Bowl. I've seen teams go out there and not play anybody, and then week one they lose players to injury, and you're like, oh, they should have gotten guys some work. And then I see guys play teams, or I see teams play players in the preseason, and a guy gets hurt, and you're like, why are they out there? Like, in all honesty, the media's just going to look to just say, okay, well, they didn't play their guys, and then they got hurt, they made a mistake, or they played their guys and they got hurt. My own feeling watching it is I like limited preseason exposure. Limited, very limited. I'd err to the side of caution. That's me, but I've never coached a football team before. Just that's me watching the sport 35 years, forming my own opinion. I would have my guys out there very little. Like, I'd have them out there maybe for a drive. They scored the touchdown, they're on the bench. And even then, I'd be holding my breath during that entire drive.
All right, there's Adam Schefter, our 5 best minutes of it. You can check out the full interview on 975thefanatic.com, as well as our YouTube page. Thanks to Haley, who does a tremendous job with
Kicking
our
butt,
YouTube.
Haley.
Yeah, absolutely. She was the one that told us that Schefter retweeted the story earlier this morning, and so we knew that we could really get into it with Adam Schefter. So make sure you check that out, 975thefanatic.com. And, of course, the story by Tim McManus. You'll hear from Tim McManus with the best show ever coming up today at 4 o'clock. All right, give us another text, Connor, on today's discussion. And, again, Nick Sirianni speaks to the media at 9:40.
Amazing.
Will this be brought up? And, of course, will we find out if the starters will be playing in the preseason? We get that coming up in about 20 minutes.
All right, we have a check-in here from someone that's asking about the timing. Mike from Monco. He says, while I understand reporters are not fans and or work for the team, if this story is so big, why was it sat on until training camp to be released?
Nobody sat on it. Again, this is where I think sometimes people don't understand the job. To get this story put up on ESPN.com.
And a big story, long story.
A big, long piece like this. You need to cross-reference, document, have multiple sources, things like that for them to sign off on it. This was called responsible journalism and taking the time to get the story right.
And let's not act like this didn't end. And I say end like we hope. We're saying it's done, right?
Yeah,
the
right,
Sirianni Hurts thing 2 weeks ago.
Exactly.
Like, yes, a lot of the details were from last season, but that lack of an answer in OTAs, That was in May.
And by the way, players in the offseason, they don't give every single reporter in the locker room their phone numbers and say, call me.
Call me, yeah.
If you're doing a feature on last year, call me. That's not how it works. They wait till they see them again, and then it comes out.
And part of the story mentions the first day of training camp, which was 2 weeks ago. Like, this story is kind of just ending. And we're just getting more details on it from last season. So that's why. He didn't sit on it. He didn't say, let me find a way to ruin the Eagles season. Now let's see how Hurts and Sirianni and the Eagles team respond. And Nick Sirianni speaks to the media in 20 minutes. Is he later today because of this story dropping today? We'll find out because he's never on time. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic.
Dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
It is 9:30 on Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning. Nick Sirianni will speak to the media coming up at 9:40. So I was very excited for this press conference because I thought it would be about whether or not we will see starters in the preseason. And It might still be.
Could be.
But we also had the big story drop on ESPN.com this morning about the details of what went wrong last season. If you haven't given it a chance to read it yet, take a look whenever you can on ESPN.com. Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler. And again, Tim McManus will be joining the best show ever today at 4 o'clock.
I already put it on my set an alarm. So
That's
I'll be
awesome.
tuned in.
That's good. They unpacked a lot that went wrong, citing individual moments in individual games, meetings that could not take place because Hurts and Sirianni couldn't be alone with one another. Jaylen Hurts needed a third party in the room. Brian Johnson was in a tough spot because he wanted to side with both of them. He couldn't really pick a side. There were players that were bothered by Jaylen Hurts and his actions toward Nick Sirianni. There was a lot that went wrong with the team last year. And I see a lot of people on social media. I see people text, well, obviously we've read some texts about why is this story dropping today? We knew that there were problems. We didn't know that it was to this extent. Nobody actually knew, right? Nobody knew to the extent of this story. So I'm glad the story came out. I think we are handling it in a good way, that we're trying to turn this into a positive.
Yes. And I think, too, that I come away thinking, damn, is Jaylen Hurts really stubborn and petty. But to me, the dog in him as a leader, I'm smiling.
Right.
This is how I want him to be, but I want him to learn the lesson to be more collaborative and cooperative. But I love the fact that he has this kind of fire in him.
Right.
I love the fact that my quarterback, can get a little stubborn. It's a mistake that was made, and hopefully it's changing.
So I saw Kevin Cooney, who you'll hear, Fanatic at night here on the station. He put out a tweet. After reading Tim McManus' outstanding breakdown of last year's Eagles meltdown, my initial thought is this. There's no way Sirianni should have been brought back. None. Now, I did ask you, are you more surprised that Nick Sirianni is back after reading the story? I will be honest with you. I am more surprised now that he's not back after reading the story.
You're more surprised that he is back, you mean?
Yeah, I personally did not want him back. I thought there was a chance he wasn't going to be brought back. I am more surprised now that I saw that he could not handle the relationship between him and Jaylen Hurts, even though Jaylen Hurts deserves blame in this too.
This tells me, again, that the people who observed this from the inside the NovaCare Center looked at Jaylen Hurts and said, Jaylen Hurts, you acted like an ass too.
Yes.
And so we're not going to just cater to you because you helped sabotage a season that went down the crapper because of your own hubris and stubbornness. So that's what it tells me.
Right.
They go, there are two people to blame in this story.
Absolutely.
And they both are on notice.
Well,
fix it.
But go ahead, Connor.
Here's what I would have said. I would have said, yeah, you're both on notice, but he's got a contract. He got paid
That's
a
what I was
lot
about.
of
No,
money.
but you don't reward childish behavior.
I'm not rewarding it.
No,
I'm
you wouldn't
rewarding
if
myself by not putting myself in a crazy financial situation because Jaylen Hurts is immovable right now.
Right, and
Nick Sirianni is.
Whether you feel a certain type of way about how both acted, they're both to blame here. How many times have we seen the NFL that maybe the player is sided with by the GM and not necessarily the coach?
The thing is, though, is usually it's not where, though, the player helped to blow up the season. The player helped. Jaylen Hurts' fingerprints over the crime scene are worse than I thought, reading the facts of the story, and enough people backing it up from inside the building saying, yeah, they had to have a mediator. They couldn't even get along enough to do that. They both are to blame. There's a lot to blame to go around. But I thought the story had much more blame to Nick Sirianni than Jaylen Hurts. Reading it, I put this as a 50-50 seesaw.
Oh, me too.
And they both should be ashamed that it happened, but I do believe both can turn the page and be successful. I really do.
It does surprise me a little bit. And Cliff Kingsbury, I'll use as an example.
Sure.
I don't necessarily know if it was his fault that the Cardinals never got to the expectations with Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray, remember the Xbox stuff?
Absolutely.
Right, the double XP weekends.
The fact that they leaked out that he had contract language like about his video game usage was almost dirty.
But
that got out.
What do teams normally do? Well, that guy's still talented, though, and we think maybe a new coach can come in here and unlock him. And so Cliff Kingsbury, whether he's a great coach or not, he took the fall.
He did.
And so I'm surprised that because there is a beef or was a beef between the two, I'm surprised they allowed it to try to get rectified because that normally doesn't happen.
Cliff Kingsbury did not have Nick Sirianni's resume.
That's a good point.
Nick Sirianni's resume is, hey, he has an NFC championship under his belt.
Yep.
Nick Sirianni's been to the playoffs 3 years, including 1 year. Nobody thought he could make it. So that's different. But Cliff Kingsbury is all sizzle, no steak.
Got you. That's fair.
Yeah, if we look at this like a business, though, players are significantly more marketable than coaches.
Yes.
If you have a star franchise quarterback and there's a dispute between them and a head coach and it's 50-50, the way that we're all taking this between Sirianni and Hurts, it's a lot easier to say, well, the fan base likes this guy, and he's in this Olympics commercial, and he's the face of the league or one of them right now, and Nick Sirianni's Nick Sirianni.
And that's any sport.
Yes, it is. It's no knock on the coach. It's just how it is.
Embiid versus Nick Nurse, they'd probably side with Embiid. Bryce Harper versus Rob Thompson, they'd side with Bryce Harper.
You know what's weird though is I don't think that Hurts has got the cachet that we think he does. At least doing this show every day, I think that Hurts.
He may not have the cachet. He may have the cash though.
Oh, he has the cash.
He's got the cash.
It's undeniable.
I'll tell you this. Someone I admire in this story even more, though, I really admire that Howie Roseman didn't allow, like, Jalen Hurts to sort of, and it was petty, and his whole non-answers about Nick Sirianni and everything. He wanted Nick, I assume, from reading everything and seeing, he wanted Nick Sirianni gone. And the organization said,
we're not going to allow.
No, we're not going to let you run out a coach. We're not going to let this, you guys are going to work this out. If it's not successful, ouch.
Oh yeah, and
ouch!
I hope it's not.
I don't think.
I think we all feel like it will be successful.
No, I think it's going to be successful. I really do. I'm doubling down. I absolutely believe it's going to be successful. But damn if it isn't.
By the way, real quick, a tweet from ESPN just a minute ago: fines for Hassan Reddick's holdout have now surpassed $1 million.
And Hassan Reddick, a guy who literally his word means nothing.
Yeah. Not anymore.
His word means nothing.
All right, give us another text. We'll check the text line a couple of times before Nick Sirianni speaks to the media. Again, over or under, so 9:40 is the scheduled time. 5.5 minutes.
Oh, I'm going under. He's going to be close to on time.
Because of the story?
He's going to ignore this. He's going to ignore it. He's going to act like my answer, I believe, when he's asked about these reports and everything, he's going to go, we've dealt with all this. We talked about those. And Jaylen and I are on the same page, and we're moving.
See, this is where you're wrong.
And that's what
This is where you're wrong.
Okay.
Because he can't just say it.
You mean he can't say it like I just did?
No, he can't. He quite literally cannot.
And it's going to be word salad.
It's going to be like
word salad.
He's going to say a million words, and then Jalen Hurts is going to be like, "Oh man, what's behind us is behind us," and then we're going to go, "Uh-oh."
And he's going to say,
"Sirianni said a lot, but Jalen Hurts said a little."
No, and we promise. We promise we're dealing with this today as it is, and we're going to move on.
Absolutely.
Unless they give us more.
Right, and that's the thing that I don't get from not all Eagles fans, but some Eagles fans that are upset with like Tim McManus. Don't be upset with Tim. Be upset that it happened, and it happened between head coach and quarterback. What do we have on the text line?
All right, we have a check-in from Anthony in San Antonio who says, how do we know this beef didn't start with Brian Johnson and Jaylen against Nick and not just Jaylen and Nick?
Well, no, we do know. We do know from the piece, if you read the piece, that Brian Johnson and Jaylen were upset with Nick Sirianni.
We also know by the actions.
And then we also know that
Brian anymore.
And then we also know that Brian Johnson, and I do not call him out on this, that Brian Johnson was trying to play both sides of the fence. He was trying to cater to Nick Sirianni and cater to Jalen Hurts. So to me, I have more respect for Brian Johnson today. 2 creams, 1 sugar. That I did because to me it appears he was trying to be the adult in the room.
which was probably a hard task.
Oh,
with
I would
everything that was
imagine.
going on.
These two seem completely childish.
Here's a part from the story that mentioned Brian Johnson. On the surface, it seemed Johnson's promotion would be seamless, but it quickly became apparent Johnson and Hurts were on a different page than Sirianni, who wanted to keep his scheme largely the same under the premise of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hurts, now a bona fide franchise quarterback, was looking for greater authority over the offense, according to two sources close to him. He and Johnson wanted this system to evolve and become more layered, team sources said. When Brian got promoted, I think he thought I could do the thing I've wanted to do, a team source said. That didn't fly as much with Nick. Sirianni's history with Johnson was not as extensive as it was with Steichen, who coached alongside Sirianni for 2 seasons with the Los Angeles Chargers. So Hurts may have seen this as an opportunity to do more than what he wanted to do now that Brian Johnson was in command, whereas Nick Sirianni's still the head coach of the football team, whether we agree with his tactics or not, says, whoa, no, I'm the head coach, and this is what we've been doing, and this is what works. I still think he was wrong in doing it.
Absolutely. But I tell you, I feel better about Jaylen Hurts, even though Jaylen comes off more like, to me, negative from what happened last year. I feel better about what drives him and his ambitions and everything. And I agree with him 100%. The offense should have been more layered. The offense should have been more. So there's good and bad about this whole story.
All right, what else do we got, Connor?
Yeah, Trevor from Percy checks in on that with Jaylen Hurts, and he says, is it a great leader to not take accountability for your actions going rogue and doing your own thing? Is it a great leader to not cover for someone who covers for you constantly in the media? Jaylen seems like he's more of a follower than a leader to me.
Well, that's why we're putting the blame on both of them.
And that's what I do too, but look, he handled it like a child. But again, I go back to that Seattle game as a giant red flag. When you were the one who derailed things, and you were the one who went rogue, and you let your head coach take the blame for it, Nick Sirianni must have been getting on the team bus like, F you people. You seriously going to make me look like a fool because you won't take responsibility? Hey, Jaylen, if you want to be the man, then own it. When you decide to go rogue, own it. And I bet you everybody would have understood why it worked in Kansas City. Just own it. And he didn't.
And to the texter's point, like I hear what you're saying. The Eagles told you that. When the high-ranking officials within the Eagles organization have told Jeff McClain that Jaylen Hurts needs to work on his leadership, and they were disappointed with how he handled himself in multiple moments. The Seattle game, as you mentioned. Once A.J. Brown told the truth, and he still hadn't said anything about his role in that situation. The OTAs, the lack of an answer in OTAs when it came to Nick Sirianni. High-ranking officials told Jeff McClain that they were upset with his leadership. So nobody was saying that he was a great leader at the time. It just seems like he has taken that step forward. We saw it in between OTAs and training camp when he started working with a lot of his teammates on their own time. And now, day one of training camp, he cuts off the question to make his statement, right? I think he's heading in the right direction.
I do too.
We haven't gone to it. Do you have the Tanner McKee audio there at the ready, Connor? Never mind. I'm sorry. We got to get ready for the press conference. But Tanner McKee, third-string quarterback, he talked yesterday. I know that doesn't really mean that much.
Right.
But he talked about how Jaylen Hurts has really changed as a leader. Like, you're allowed to get better at this.
Hey, you had, on the Dan Patrick show, you had your star right tackle talking about it. You had, Jaylen had to change something.
Yeah.
It's okay.
And he's taking with it. And he's wrong with it.
It's okay for a 25-year-old not to be a finished product. And Jaylen Hurts does enough good stuff that it's okay to say, yeah, he screwed up big time last year. But you know what? I think he's got the makeup to be able to turn it around.
So we're still awaiting Nick Sirianni. By the way, 5.5 minutes was the over-under. You took the under.
Yeah, I did.
We're getting close to that 5.5-minute mark. Give us another text, Connor, and then we'll see if John lost the bet.
All right, we have a check-in here
for $1 million, by the way.
I didn't realize that.
All right. For a texter in Maryland, no name, they say, okay, does this mean you talk about this today and maybe a little bit tomorrow? Then we can let it go and be done and close the book on 2023.
We were just talking about it during the break. We might not talk about it tomorrow.
And we turned the page 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
This comes out today. Let me just tell you, I know a lot of people think they know how to do the job. Our job is not rocket science. If we ignored this story today, we are jackasses.
Yes.
Seriously. If we go, you know what? Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the Ravens preseason game and the depth chart. We are asses if we do that.
We probably are either way, but you're right.
Yeah. Well, that's the truth.
I've been calling ass for much less.
Yeah, that is the truth. Look, is that we already turned the page on this the day that they cleared it up? We're doing it. Now, again, as long as they don't add any more ammunition today, yes. We already talked about it in a break.
Yeah.
We would love to move on.
Now, Nick Sirianni could add to said story, and we might react to it tomorrow, but I'm telling you right now, I'm not prepared to come in tomorrow to talk about this. We just did it for 4 hours. I'm prepared to talk about, hopefully, the Phillies winning the series in L.A. against the Dodgers, and maybe that turned the season around. And maybe Nick Sirianni tells us if the starters are playing today, we can react to that tomorrow. I don't want to really react to this much more.
No, we would love to be done with it.
Well, that's your guys' call because I'll be in Arizona.
Yeah, you'll be in Arizona.
Hell yeah.
By the way, you lost your bet. You owe me $1 million.
Oh, my gosh.
I knew he'd be late. I knew it. Because today's a day where there's something big that he needs to be prepared to talk about. But he can't give the quick answer, John.
No, he can't. No, you know what, too, is? I guarantee you there's people trying to coach him up.
Coach him up. Maybe.
Hey, you know they're going to come at you with this. What's your answer? And then he goes into some and they go, no, that's not the answer, Nick. By the way, I'm going to tell you this, though, just make sure we've handled it. Support life-saving cancer research. Join our friends at Window Nation and Door Nation when it comes to the Salciunas.
Oh, yeah.
And make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
Yeah, real quick, I haven't really talked about that. The door's awesome.
You love your new door.
Window Nation also does doors. The door is freaking beautiful.
It is beautiful.
And it did a great job. There's no hitches in it. There's no issues, right? The door opens, the door closes, and it's a beautiful door. So if you also are in the market for a brand new door, check out Window Nation.
Yeah, you should do that.
Damn right.
I knew it, though. They're trying to say, they know he's going to get ambushed with this.
Yes.
So a good PR department, and the Eagles do have a very good PR department, even though I don't think he always shows the benefit of it.
I don't think so either. Here he is. Here's Nick Sirianni.
Every way to try and get you to tell us if you're going to play the starters. Shout out to Dave for trying to do it tonight.
Dave, you did the other night?
He did. So
You, Dave? Oh, you, Dave. Okay.
So I'll try it this way. Let's say you were talking to the pregame producer and he needed to decide whether you're going to have the starter graphics or the guys that aren't. What would you say?
Same thing I said to you guys. I mean, we'll see. I mean, again, you go through these practices, you go through the week. We've had a good 3 days of practice, looking to get our fourth one in here today. We got to see what it's like after this and where guys are how guys are feeling. They don't particularly know exactly what we're doing yet, so they deserve to know before anybody else.
Nick,
We'll see. Yeah, everything's always you asking the weather? Yeah, everything's always taken into account. You know, we'd be foolish not to take everything into account, and we will take everything into account, including weather.
Will the weather have everything?
Including weather, yeah.
So
yeah.
if it's a bad weather night, that could change what.
We'll see. Yeah, everything will be taken into account. Yes.
The forecast is pretty serious out there. So have you had talks with the Ravens or the league about safety of potentially playing something?
We're ready to go play. You know, and we'll see what happens. Those are things that are out of our control. And we'll play. If they say we play, we play. And if they say we don't, we don't. So we'll see how it goes. We'll monitor it. We do, we'll always get ready for wet weather games, the way we do some things in walkthrough, the way we do some things in practice. We did some things yesterday as far as our operation and kicking with the weather and with the ball.
How's your philosophy changed over time in the league about the value of those limited sacks that starters get for this versus what we're doing?
Every year's a little bit different. The first year in 21, we played our guys in the first game. I think, was that against the Steelers, 1 or 2 series? I think 1 or 2 series, the first game against the Steelers. Then the plan was to play the next game. We didn't for some circumstances that happened. Then the 2022, we played the starters for a drive. 23, we didn't. So everything's a little bit different based off of when you play, how many practices you had before the game, all those different things. So everything's taken into account. You have some general philosophies of what you think, but like you have general philosophies for a lot of things, but those are constantly changing and evolving.
You want Jaylen to be more hot this year?
We're working through different ways to handle the blitz. Of course, hot answers are one answer. Throwing quick's another answer, and there's multiple answers that you have. We want to be able to be multiple and want to be able to handle the blitz.
Nick, when you look back at Kellen's history, what impresses you?
I said we were working it. Yeah. Well, I said we were working it. Yeah. So yes.
When you look back at Kellen's history, what stands out about his play calling?
Yeah. Again, I just think he has a really good flow of how to do it. He really sees into the quarterback's vision, him playing quarterback at a very high level, sees into the quarterback's vision and how he sees it. It's just when to call the big play, when to run the football, when to play action. Like, it's just his feel and flow for the game. And those are conversations, like, you could put a game on and see that. But those happen more. You never know exactly what they're thinking unless you go through an interview with them or unless you have these personal conversations with them. And so, that's where you're getting a lot of the information as far as how Kellen calls it and how you feel comfortable about how he calls it.
What's the approach for kickoffs in the preseason? Are you keeping that close, or will you?
Yeah, we'll see how we do that. We have a plan. We have a plan that's you'll see in a couple days.
Hey, when it comes to young players, Nick, it seems to us, and correct me if I'm wrong, that maybe Anais is fighting the football a little bit, a couple drops. How do you address that? How do you try to bring back that confidence?
It's a rowdy group over here today. Rowdy group. When you go out to play any practice, any game, you always want to be detailed in everything that you do, right? That starts with knowing what to do, your assignment, right? Being in the right spot, getting the right check, getting to the right location, doing the right thing. And then it comes down to the detail of the fundamental. The tackling, the catching, the block destruction, the combo blocks, the blocking. All those different things are into play. So what we're looking for every day is so many plays go wrong because something goes wrong with the detail. Now, sometimes you lose a one-on-one battle. Sometimes that's going to happen. Everybody's really good in this league. But when you look at a lot of majority plays that don't go right, it's about a detail that happened. Did somebody not do the right thing? Did the coach not call the right thing in the right situation? Was our fundamentals bad? So that's something, anytime you come out here, we're looking to perfect. Because we know if we can perfect the tackling, what limits big plays? Being on the same page on defense and tackling the ball carrier well and getting off blocks. Those are fundamentals, right? What creates big plays on offense? Well, being on the right page in protection, right? The catch, the blocking up front. So it's always about fundamentals. So that's what we're looking for in everybody that plays. So what we're doing when we go in there and correct a fundamental, when we go in there and correct a fundamental, it's always about, hey, you dropped this pass, why? You didn't get off this block, why? Because the worst coaching point in the world, and I hate this coaching point and I hate hearing this, is catch the ball. Well, I tried to. Get off the block. I tried to. How? Right? And so that's what's talked about in the meeting room, right? That's what's fixed in the meeting room. Hey, you mentioned nice. Hey, you dropped this ball that was low. Were your hands a little bit apart? Did you try to turn up the field? Hey, let me show you one. Here's the proper fundamental. Here's the proper fundamental to get off a block. And now we have unbelievable players on our team and so much tape at our disposal, because now we can go, okay, Anais, watch AJ how his pinkies are together when the ball's below his waist. Watch AJ when he goes to the ground, and instead of going to the ground and letting the ball pop out, he gets to his back, right? And so it's those little details. If I hear one of my coaches say, catch it, I'm upset. I'm upset. Because it's about how you do it, and that's what we go about in that film room, and that's how we go about correcting things like fundamentals, because it's in the fundamentals, it's in the detail that you win games and that you win plays.
Why is it important to you?
Details are really important to me, so that's why I took a little extra time on your question.
In the team meeting this spring, in front of everybody, why was it important for you to take responsibility on your shoulders?
Sure. Accountability, right? Is the only way to get better is to really look through the things that you felt like you messed up and get better at them, right? But it starts with the humility to say, I messed this up. I need to be better at this. If you want a culture of accountability and you're not being accountable yourself, let me rephrase this. If I want Taylor Sirianni to be accountable, I actually just talked about this to our staff today. If I want Taylor Sirianni to be accountable and she sees me blaming things on other people at all time, I'm raising a child that's not going to be accountable. Well, it's the same thing with a team, right? If I'm not accountable to the shit that I mess up, pardon my language, if I'm not accountable to the things that I mess up, how am I going to expect them to be accountable to what they mess up, right? And so that's been day one here. That's just not off-season 2024 going into the 24 season. That's been what I'm trying to do day one. And I think our world is dying for accountability in a world where there's so many things that you can blame things on. I've said this before. One of the most proud I've ever been of this team is after the Super Bowl, after a loss in the Super Bowl, everyone was trying to give us an out. But the field was really bad, right? Now they had to play. And the response of our players to that, no, they had to play on it too. But that call on Bradbury, I mean, that's what lost it. No, it was a series of plays. But what about this? And what about that? And what about how everybody was trying to hand us an excuse, and they just kept going back to no accountability. That's a team. That's the culture that we want to have. That's the family I want to have as accountability. And accountability is it's just so important. If you don't have accountability, then you're not going to get better, because you're not going to recognize the mistakes that you made. And so that's what we want from this team. That's any meeting that we start out that I feel like I made a mistake on, I'm gonna make sure I bring it up. And it's not just me up there fixing corrections in front of the team after each practice, right? And I'm saying, hey, Elliot, you play wide receiver. You screwed this up. You want to play wide out? All right, right, Bo, you play quarterback. You screwed this. Okay, you want to be quarterback. You screwed this up. No, it's, hey, Kellen, this is not the right call. Everybody's accountable. We're all accountable, and that's the only way to get better, and I firmly believe that.
Two more. Was ahead of scheme yesterday. Is that because team's still limited, or is that some sort of shift that we saw before the injury?
We don't have to make a decision quite on that yet. Obviously, they're still battling for to who's going to play at that position. Really have high hopes for both of them, and we'll see how that plays out.
Before Steve's injury, he had all the reps at first team right guard.
Well, we're still. It's not a shift. We're still battling. And they were battling before that as well, regardless of the reps.
Nick, what kind of steps did you take to get on the same page with Jaylen during the offseason?
Yeah, go through all the same processes that we go through after each year, and Jaylen and I are in a really good place. Every relationship that you have needs work that with everybody, and we've always continued to try to work at that.
All right, thanks, folks.
Thank you.
WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into Middays. Bill Colarulo. Of course, Nick Sirianni was late and throws us off.